The Army National Guard can help you get the education you need to land the career you've always wanted. The Guard will pay up to 100% of your tuition for up to 39 credit hours per academic year at 90 colleges and tech schools across the state. You're eligible as soon as you enlist. Learn more about the many benefits that come with serving part-time in the Missouri Army National Guard. Visit NationalGuard.com today. Sponsored by the Missouri Army National Guard, aired by the Missouri Broadcasters Association and this station.
Welcome to your new home for Chiefs football. Welcome to 96.5 The Fan. Which means this is the only place to listen to the play-by-play on game day. It's the only place to hear Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes on Monday. It's the only place to hear the voice of Chiefs Kingdom, Mitch Holthus. It's the only sports place for you. Your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Touchdown, Kansas City!
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome to your new home for Chiefs football.
Give it up to Kareem Hunt, following his blockers, he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City. The middle again blown wide open. Kelsey's in a wildcat position. And to give it off to Worthy on the right side. Worthy sneaks into the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City on an RPO handoff from Travis Kelsey.
Welcome to 96.5 The Fan.
Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working round the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Remember when an NFL coach who wears a flat-brimmed hat decided to receive the ball to start overtime and then went limp and kicked a field goal after already losing a Super Bowl 4 years earlier to the same team? Yeah, us too.
Right side throw, touchdown! Kansas City! McCole Hardman!
Chiefs and Niners, Sunday at 3:25, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
You ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Yeah. Red Kingdom. Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Yeah. Red Kingdom. Welcome to the place where we run it.
Welcome to it. It is a Friday. Bumping Tech 9 today, baby.
That's right. It's a Red Friday. First in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, it feels like forever.
It does. It feels like we had like preseason is over, and now it's time for the regular season and getting ready for some football this weekend. A little Super Bowl rematch, right?
That's right.
Which isn't not really a Super Bowl rematch. You know, I was listening to Trent Williams a little bit yesterday. He's like, that has nothing to do with this game. If we get excited about beating the Chiefs in the regular season after losing in the Super Bowl, it doesn't really work that way.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how. I'm indifferent how I feel about this game. We'll dive into that with Mitch Holthus later on today. We'll get into our scripts. We'll get into our like writing scripts, not our medical scripts.
That's right.
I don't need to go through the CVS drive-through. And much more on this Red Friday as we finally get to dive into this Chiefs and Niners game this week. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, Dusty Like it's all. Damn, glad to have you on a Friday morning. Greatest day of the week. But no, like before we get into the Chiefs and Niners, boy, that was October baseball last night.
Boy, it was, wasn't it, though? Ooh. My God, that thing in Cleveland last night featured the Yankees and Indians. My goodness, what an unbelievable baseball game, right?
You and I are texting each other, and it's to the point, like this is where our relationship is. We can just text one word, and we know what the other one means.
Yeah.
And like, I got texted Judge, and I'm looking at the TV. I'm like, yeah, and I just sit back. He's arrived. Yep. Trouble, yes. Then we're watching it, doing all this sort of thing, and next thing you know, it's like, well, I guess the Yankees are going to sweep, and then all of a sudden, it's...
well, I declared it over to you last night, and it was at that point, right?
They brought in Class A. He goes, boom to Judge, boom to Stanton, brought their closer in early, like it's the normal strategy.
Which you should do.
Should have done it. And then... Yankees are up, and then you have, I think, do you have the audio of where it went after that?
Oh, my God, 10th inning, baby. Tommy Hamilton.
Here it comes.
Really does it.
Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes. How about that? A walk-off, two-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry.
Freeze.
And the magical 2024 season is not done by any means.
So Cleveland saves their season because it should have been 3-0 Yankees, right?
Yeah.
It should have been over after Stanton and Judge go back-to-back, and boy, it wasn't. And everybody was throwing out like how good Class A was, you know, all season long, right? Like he gave up more runs, I think, last night than he did all year or something bizarre
His
like that.
ERA was .61.
Yeah. Like I think he gave up like 2 home runs all year or so. I mean, it was some bizarre numbers like that. Everybody's talking about the greatest closer in baseball,
Yeah, they just forgot about Wade's 2015 year where his ERA was like .91. But yeah, whatever.
But Class A, I mean, just, you know, you're not supposed to be in that situation where you're giving up those 2 home runs, but it goes to show you, man, October isn't for everybody. And in baseball, you become a legend in October. And that guy, what was it, David Frost or whatever his name is, Fry, who hit the home run for Cleveland. That's the guy who saved their season too against Detroit a couple of days ago. Hit the big home run against the Tigers, against Skubal, I believe, to give him the opportunity to advance. I mean, that son of a gun is never going to buy anything in Cleveland. You said he's never going to buy a drink. That dude ain't buying dinner. He ain't buying car insurance. He's buying nothing in Cleveland right now.
Is there, like, I'm dead ass serious here. Is there, like, well-known commodity of food, the skyscraper chili or whatever it is?
That's Cincinnati.
But that's Ohio,
right?
Right?
Cincinnati.
Cleveland.
It's not Cleveland.
What's Cleveland's, like, known food?
They have a different kind of mustard at the ballpark that they use, which I don't really particularly like. It's a very...
It's like a German mustard?
No, I don't even know how to explain it. It's called, like, ballpark mustard or something. Look it up online. It's a weird color and thing of that nature. So it's a weird... It looks like baby poop.
So they got mustard?
Yeah, there's a Cleveland mustard, but there's a great place for wings in Cleveland called the Winking Lizard, which I like. But
I'm sorry?
The Winking Lizard. I don't know that like Cleveland has like a staple food or anything like that. But whatever it is, he's not buying anything in Cleveland. And now all of a sudden we're going to a Game 5, and you're watching Clase do his thing. Okay, he screwed that up. Then the Yankees bring in their closer. He screws that up. Luke Weaver, which
is insane because he's been an anomaly.
He's been fantastic, in the postseason. But this is where legends are born and where legends are created. Is October. And I just think October baseball, when you get games like that, it's great. The Mets and Dodgers series, forget about that thing. I mean, the Dodgers are just smoking everybody, in their way right now. But now this American League Series, man, this was an unbelievable game last night. And it makes you kind of look at the Royals as well, like that David Fry guy, where he bats in the lineup. That's what we're missing right now, right? That big power bat that can come up and deliver a home run like that later in the order. Because once you got past Salvi, like, who you going to, right? At that point,
that's where your mind goes immediately after watching
immediately
that.
Goes to the Royals need a bat.
How do you sleep at night?
But that's my mind is always working and going, okay, how does this work for our team? How does this not work for our team? But immediately I'm thinking, damn, that's a late in the order bat that we would love to have here. Not him in particular, but just a bat like that of somebody that can come up 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, bash one over the wall and give you an opportunity,
and
right?
essentially that's their, I don't know, Alex Gordon home run. Like that's that moment.
Yeah,
like,
I think so.
That's one of those. That's Brett Boone, Game 7,
Yeah.
right? Like Brett
Aaron
Boone or Aaron Boone.
Yeah.
He'll never be known for anything in his career, whether he wins a World Series. Even if he wins a World Series of the Yankees this year as a manager, they will always remember Tim Wakefield, Aaron Boone, deep to left, walk off.
Gone. Yeah.
And it's just that's what that sort of thing is. And like David Fry, his home run, it's just one of those moments where it's like you sit back, chills on your back, whatever it is. And Gordon, like you'll never forget. Like Gordon's made a handful of defensive plays that you probably think of. Like I remember the one he made in front of my dad and I when we were at the ALCS clinching game 4 when they won, and he runs into the fence.
Mm-hmm.
But when I think of Alex Gordon, I think of rounding first, putting his finger in the air, hitting a home run against the Mets.
That's his biggest moment. It's arguably the biggest home run in Royals history, other than George's upper deck tank job against the Yankees and Goose, and then you got Alex Gordon's big home run, and of course Alcides Escobar with the leadoff home run. And
that wasn't the Mets. That was the Giants.
No, that was the Mets.
That was the Mets.
That was game 1 against the Mets.
He hit it off of Diaz, or what was it, guys?
No,
Familia.
Familia. Everyone's worried about Familia. Yeah, and then this guy leads off with a home run. But I mean, that Noel home run too was blasted. I mean, that guy deposited that thing outside the stadium to tie the game and to send it to extra innings. Mm-hmm. And you see Stanton and Judge, give the Yankees the lead in the 9th, and then all of a sudden that Noel guy comes up and belts one, and now we've got a tie ball game. And you're going to the 10th inning. And I mean, just that's the kind of baseball that you like, right? Like, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes it's good not to have a dog in the fight, really, and just kind of watch a game and appreciate it for what it is. Because say that was a Royals game last night and you were watching that. Oh, my God, how sick to your stomach, would you be? And all that kind of stuff. Like, just depending on what side of the outcome you were on. We never had to experience a loss quite like that in our baseball livelihoods. But now you got game, 4 today. How are the Yankees going to respond?
7-8 tonight.
How are they going to get back up? That's all what this is about. It's not,
you know what I mean? Like,
but I don't know if they do or not. Like there's so much pressure on them to win from everybody. There's so much pressure on Aaron Judge to hit home runs and to do his thing. How do you handle pressure? And how do you handle October pressure? And for a long time, the Yankees haven't handled it all that well. So it'll be real interesting to see how they bounce back, or if this is going to be one of those games that now gives Cleveland momentum and they're able to maybe tie this thing up. I don't know, man. Yeah, it is 2-3-2. Yeah. So you got 2 more in Cleveland, then the off day, I think on Sunday, we were kind of going through it in our minds earlier, and then game 6 and 7.
Would they have an off day?
Yeah, I think,
they would, because they played
travel back to
3 in a row, right?
Yeah,
so they played Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, off day Sunday, which is smart with football, and then get back at it on Monday. But I mean,
you got to challenge 2 big Monday Night Football games.
Oh yeah, huge Monday Night Football game.
Well, one's decent. One's Baltimore and Tampa Bay.
That'll be a good game, but I don't need
to see
Arizona.
The other one is LAC at ARZ.
Tough. Binkley's like, where do I get that stream from?
Middle of the here. So I found some. It says 10 most iconic foods that define Cleveland.
Okay, what do they have on the list? Because my wife's family is from Cleveland.
Yeah.
My wife's uncle works for the Indians, and so I'm sure they were very happy last night with the game was going. And because my wife got home, she goes, my uncle and aunt are not happy. They're texting my mother. They're very upset about this game. And then boom, in the 10th inning, you see Tom Hamilton.
Here it comes. Swung on, hit high.
That's a solid hit.
Oh, yeah.
There she goes.
That was solid bat on baseball.
Really good. And then you got Stanton delivering one.
1-2. Swung on and hit in the air to center field and deep.
Wow.
That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Stanton and Judge have hit home runs, a back-to-back and a belly-to-belly. And the Yankees take the lead. Giancarlo non si può stopparlo. He homers, and he and Judge hit him back-to-back. And the Yankees now take a 4-3 lead.
I mean, you get the lead in that situation, and then you blow it. Those are tough to recover from, man. Ask the 49ers, right?
Couldn't happen to any other team better.
And the 1-2. Swung on and drilled to right field. That ball is going to be gone. It was a line drive, and it went over the right field fence. It's a Judgian blast. The Yankee dugout goes nuts. They're all on the field. A 2-run home run to tie the game the opposite way. The Judgian blast And
Judgy.
all rise. Here comes the judge.
Here come the judge.
I love it. It's so entertaining.
great,
It
man.
is just fantastic.
Here
It's
comes number
wonderful.
99, Mr. Aaron Judge comes to the plate. The guy's choked more on the playoffs than a little kid on a carrot trying to eat food for the first time, see?
It's true, yeah.
Aaron Judge, it's a line drive to right. It's judging. All rise. The judge is in court.
Yeah.
See?
It's wonderful. It is so entertaining. That's the way baseball needs to be called. Like Tom Hamilton and John Sterling, man. Two of the best. So good. So entertaining.
The other guy must be like threatening the female in the booth. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, he's excited. When he stands, we stand. He still thinks it's 1960, Beth. Yeah. The Polish boy, a glorious messy marriage of kielbasa, coleslaw, French fries, and barbecue sauce. That's a Cleveland staple.
Never heard of it.
Corned beef on rye. Sign me up. I think we all know what that is.
Is that like a That's like saying a hamburger is a staple somewhere.
What?
Give me something that's unique to Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there is anything.
They had the pizza bagel. That's what it
So
says.
does Totino's.
The doughy rolls coated in cheese and tomato sauce. And the players, they get in line to eat these things before their game. They say it gets max 10 feet, see?
What else do they have?
Standing mustard. Stadium
Stadium
mustard.
mustard,
There it
yeah.
is, yeah.
Yeah,
the
look it
brown
up, by the way.
the brown sauce we grew up with while watching the Tribe at Municipal Stadium.
It looks like baby poop.
Looks poopy.
The Jake and Progressive Field. Why? The Sports Associated condiment has deep roots in Cleveland with Bertman's battling its rival.
It's not good either.
I bet it's good on a brat.
No, it's not. It's like a sour taste almost to it.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not
that's
good.
that's just kind of like your opinion, man.
Yeah, well,
Going up on the other side, we get into what Nate Taylor had to say to us yesterday and where we react to it as we dive into more of what is this matchup with the Chiefs and the Niners in week 7. 6? 7. Who cares? Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Jay Southland Tow Service are going to be ready when you call them. The problem is you just don't know when you're going to be in a jam and when you need my friends over at Jay Southland Tow. So what I want you to do is simply put their number, I should say not your number, put their number in your phone, 816-779-4TOW. That's 816-779-4TOW or at southlandtow.com. Put it in your phone, forget about it. Don't worry about it, but it's there when you need it. Whether you lock your keys in the car, whether you get into an accident, your car breaks down, you have a flat tire like I did on a Friday afternoon, you immediately call Jay Southland Tow and they will come help you. It doesn't matter if you're north, you're south, you're east, or you're west, Jay Southland Tow Service is there for you. So keep that number handy, 816-779-4TOW or at southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments in Tammy from the Weston and Jay Binkley as well. It's Jay Southland Tow. There's nothing they can't do, so be in the know and use Jay Southland Tow.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan, and the other place is your sports watching headquarters this fall. Now with 5 great area locations, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Enjoy Red Friday specials all day. The NFL season continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook app. And you can get started right now with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. All right, let's make a same-game parlay for Sunday, Chiefs and Niners. I'm going to take the Chiefs. They're underdogs. You always take Patrick Mahomes if you're going to get the points. I'm going to take the over on passing yards for Patrick Mahomes as well. I'm also going to take Juju Smith-Schuster. I think Juju is going to emerge as the #1 receiver in that room. You can play that same game parlay or make your own. All you need to do is visit FanDuel.com/CDOT to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and also 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Can help us your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700. Visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
What's up, Kansas City? It's Mitchell Schwartz. You know, there's nothing easier to enjoy than watching the Chiefs with some wings and an ice-cold Bud Light. And Buffalo Wild Wings is serving up both for every game, all season long. Join me at the Buffalo Wild Wings located at 137th and Metcalf in Overland Park on Friday, October 18th. I'll be there with the crew from 6 to 8 p.m. celebrating the back-to-back Super Bowl champs while eating some wings and drinking $5 Bud Lights. Nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. For more details, go to 965thefan.com. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon. Always building.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights, open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my superhydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
This report is brought to you by Flying H Drag Strip. Drag racing is back in Kansas City. FlyingHDragStrip.com. Kansas City Drag Racing is back. Join us for Hooktober at Flying H Drag Strip, October 25th and 26th, featuring pro mod cars, top dragsters, and quarter-mile drag racing. Plus, Night of Heroes, free entry for veterans with military ID. Get tickets now at FlyingHDragStrip.com. A real horsepower hangout.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, I-70 eastbound very heavy this morning. You hit delays around 6:35, and it stays very heavy over towards 18th Street Expressway, where they're clearing up an accident out of the 2 right lanes. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back here on 96.5 The Fan, it's your home for Kansas City sports. Mitch Holtis will join us later on in the show. Joining us yesterday, though, was Nate Taylor. Thought he said a couple interesting things, Bab. Because if you missed yesterday, Juju pops up on the injury report. I don't know if that's just like veteran rest. I don't know if that is whatever it may be, but Juju Smith-Schuster was...
Yeah, they're saying a little bit of a hamstring thing.
Not
going
a
on
fan
with him.
of that.
I don't like it. Not going to say I'm excited about that, but you know what? It's weird when I see injuries for the Chiefs that I just go, all right, whatever.
Yeah. Maybe, you know, my mind immediately went to, like, maybe this is just like veterans rest. This is one of those things. Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah.
And we talked yesterday about how, like, this is a car that has got the oil, you know, change oil sign on, check engine lights on. We're low on windshield wiper fluid. We're like one more step away from where, like, we're going to have to, like, shut it down, go take it to a mechanic and fix it. Nate Taylor yesterday on this show, if you missed it, check out the podcast page. Nate Taylor had this to say about what they will do.
Now you have a baseline of what to expect from, hey, if we make a trade, is it going to be a third-round pick? Is it going to be a fourth-round pick? Obviously, you're not going to go towards a second or a first-rounder. So the Chiefs can come back after this game against the 49ers and say, okay, we have another sort of sample size to assess our own receiving group. What receiver can help us sort of complement Travis Kelce and Juju Smith-Schuster? Is that a Deontay Johnson? Is that a Darius Slater? Those are some of the players that you could think about. If I have to say right now, I do think the Chiefs will make a trade for a receiver.
You mentioned yesterday on the X Sphere, obviously
the X Sphere, right?
Yeah. You contact your source and you go for the Raiders. Yeah, right. Thanks for calling. Have a good day.
Yeah, so the Chiefs did contact the Raiders about Davante Adams, right? And the response I was told that they were given was Mr. Davis is not interested in trading Davante Adams to a division opponent. And so that's fine. And I totally get that. But it just goes to show you the Chiefs are making the phone calls to see what they can do at that wide receiver position. But it also goes back to what we've talked about a lot. Like, everybody wants to have the Chiefs make a move, right? Got to make a move, got to make a move. But the other teams are saying, we're not interested in trading with you. So I'm sure there were some folks that are, you know, ticked off that Davante Adams didn't come here to Kansas City. Well, when Mr. Davis is not interested in trading Davante Adams to a division rival, there's just nothing you can do about that. Like, you know, we joked with Q earlier in the year about going and kidnapping players from other teams, and he kind of played along with the bit and whatever. But I don't know that Brett's going to fly out to Vegas anytime soon and kidnap players. I don't think you can just do that in the NFL. That's more of a baseball thing, right? So I just don't think there was any way to get Davante Adams. I know there was no way that they were going to go out there and get Davante Adams. But the bigger picture is they understand they need some reinforcements, if you will, at wide receiver. I'm not saying they need somebody to save the team or anything like that, because they don't. But they do need reinforcements at that position. And, you know, as we kind of talked about with Nate Taylor a little bit yesterday, when more teams start to lose, and this could be another big week of weeding out some of these losers that are willing to wave the white flag, opens it up a little bit more. So I guess if you want DeAndre Hopkins, you're rooting against Tennessee. If you want Darius Slayton, you're rooting against the Giants. Like, you're rooting for these teams that have some of these quote-unquote coveted wide receivers to lose, because the quicker they lose and realize they suck and wave the white flag, the better it is for us and the more options that we're going to have out there to go out and acquire somebody. So they're working the phone lines. They're trying to get something done, but it's all a matter of, will you trade with me, and what's the incentive if you're the Raiders to trade with the Chiefs? There is none.
The receiver that might be on the radar, according to Nate Taylor, the Athletic, had this to say.
That's where it gets fascinating, because I know Tutu Atwell could be available, right? I know some people are saying, well, how about Demarcus Robinson? You know, Marquez Valdez-Scantling just entered the bar, and he wasn't even, like, available, you know, but he's available now. You know, you don't have to trade for him, of course. I think if I had to make a pick right now, it's probably Darius Slayton.
So Nate Taylor, Darius Slayton says makes the most sense. Unrestricted free agent next year. Contracts obviously make sense. Deontay Johnson is another name that you heard him say earlier in the conversation. So to me, realistically, when you take what you said about what teams will say to the Chiefs and what Chiefs, you know, front office will probably look forward to, the three names that probably make the most amount of sense are Darius Slayton.
Why? Who does he play for?
Giants.
No competition with the Chiefs whatsoever.
Out and about, and his contract makes sense because
it's over after this season.
Right?
You don't have to worry about investing long term. Right?
DeAndre Hopkins makes sense.
Who he play for?
Tennessee Titans.
They suck.
They're not worried about it. They would essentially be like, hey, we gave you a third for L'Jarius Sneed. Why don't you just give us that
third back,
and we'll give you this wide receiver?
Could you see that move happening? Just giving
Absolutely.
right back the pick.
Why not?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Brett Veach big. See, I had the draw 4 card the whole time.
That's right. Yeah.
Uno, senorita.
So essentially, we traded L'Jarius Sneed for DeAndre Hopkins potentially, right? I mean, that's, whatever.
And
you know,
the other part about it too is that there is a little bit of concern with DeAndre Hopkins because they've said that he's got like an MCL strain.
Right.
The knee's a little So like to me, he's one of those guys that like you better know because you
don't want to bring him in and have an injury.
Well, and you can't afford that.
Right.
Like I know football is football and injuries happen, but like you can't afford to bring in a guy who's already kind of a little bit weathered and damaged.
Well, there's one thing about your own guy getting injured. It's one thing to trade for a guy and have an injured guy who you're bringing in already injured. You just don't do that, in my opinion. Like, to me, DeAndre Hopkins, way down the line, right, because of that injury thing. I'm looking at guys that are healthy right now.
Right. And then the other name that makes sense, because we saw the report, or maybe not everybody, but I saw reports yesterday that Deontay Johnson's name is starting to heat up on the phone lines and all amongst AFC teams. That lets me know that I feel comfortable enough to say this. I think Brett Veach has probably reached out to Carolina.
I would imagine, yes.
Same sort of story. Season's over.
Right.
They're going to get housed this weekend by Washington. And it's at the point now where you're like, almost to the halfway point of the season. You're, getting close to all that sort of like, here's where we sell. We're, less than 20 days away from the trade deadline. And I think that's a guy that would make sense contract-wise, talent-wise. He's another one of those guys, too, that, like, it's kind of like a Hollywood Brown thing. It's like, well, yeah, I can go to Kansas City. I can really, like, elevate what I am at my position because of who they have at quarterback, what they kind of play calls, or what kind of play calls they use. And Slayton, Deontay Johnson, and then small gap, DeAndre Hopkins. And the reason I say that is I know those other guys are not like, off the page, Amari Cooper, Devontae Adams, but those guys become Amari Cooper and Devontae Adams with Patrick Mahomes in this offense.
Well, and that's the thing. You don't need to go out and get Devontae Adams or Amari Cooper for this offense
and
right now.
you were never going to get Adams because he was going to go to Rodgers and just have his nose up his ass.
Exactly.
We knew that was coming.
But the good news is, like, the Chiefs are calling, like, and they recognize that there is an issue here. Like, I think sometimes we think they just sit back and they're not doing anything. Why aren't they doing trades? Why aren't they making trades? Well, teams don't want to trade with Kansas City at most points of the time. But you just need to go out and get a body at this point. I don't think it's necessarily a big name and you need to break the bank, because when you come to Kansas City, you just become a better football player because you're surrounded by Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and winners and guys that, understand how to take their game to the next level. You don't have to come in here and be somebody you're not. There's a lot of guys in the NFL that are really just good role players and probably better positioned to be a role player than they are to be the lead dog. I mean, like Deontay Johnson, maybe he comes in here and thrives because he doesn't have to be the number one guy for a quarterback that sucks, right, in Carolina. He can just come to Kansas City and play free and play with a clear head and not have to worry about, all the pressure that's on him to be the only offensive weapon. Or Darius Slayton coming into Kansas City. How would that be going from Daniel Jones to Patrick Mahomes, right? Like you're laughing before the punchline. But think about that. Like, he's there in New York. He's got Daniel Jones, who couldn't find an open receiver if it bit him in the ass. And now all of a sudden you're coming to Kansas City and you're getting one-on-one coverage and, Patrick Mahomes throwing you the football and Andy Reid scheming to get you open and all that kind of stuff. Like, you have that opportunity now in front of you, and guys embrace that sort of opportunity where they don't have to be an alleged superstar when they're not ready to be or capable of being a superstar. They can just come in here and be a guy, and that's all that the Chiefs need right now is somebody that's healthy, somebody that's fresh, somebody that knows what they're doing, that can come in here and just be a guy and be a piece to this thing, not like what the Jets went out and got with Devontae Adams, because as much pressure as there is on Aaron Judge this week, right, and this month, what do you think the pressure now is in New York on Devontae Adams? That guy's going to be expected to go for 150 and 2 touchdowns every week when they got a noodle arm playing quarterback.
I mean, he leads the league in targets, that's for sure.
So we're Eagles fans massively this weekend because if the Giants win, they move up to 3-4, which would be tied with the Eagles in the standings at 3-4. Obviously, the Cowboys suck. They may lose. I don't know who they play this weekend,
And
but
they're off this week, right?
Okay, so they're on a bye.
They would have a tiebreak over Philadelphia, too.
Yeah. So at that point, then the Giants may think, okay, we can maybe sneak in wild card. We need Darius Slayton.
Yeah.
So need a Giants L this weekend.
You need a Giants L if you want Darius Slayton in Kansas City. And the sooner that happens, the better for everybody. Because as you mentioned, there's only 18 days now to the trade deadline, right? I mean, so it's coming very fast, and you're going to have to make these decisions. But in the next 2 weeks, you're going to start to see some of these teams fall off a little bit. And look, we may be talking about somebody next week that we're not talking about today, too, right? There may be another team that all of a sudden loses a game, they feel they're out of it, they make their players available and whatnot. Like, you don't need to rush today and buy all your goods, right? We've got a snowstorm coming. You don't need to rush out to the store and buy all the bread and eggs and make your French toast. You can wait a little bit. We can wait a little bit because the Chiefs have a tough one this weekend, right? They're playing San Francisco. Then they have the Raiders after that. Then they have Tampa after that. And, the schedule eases up a little bit. So it's not like you have to run out there and make an immediate move to, quote unquote, save your season. You can also play this thing out a little bit as well. You do have that luxury being 5-0, playing an NFC team this week. But that luxury of being 5-0, it's not panic mode here in Kansas City. And you don't have to overspend to get somebody that may not be that perfect fit for you.
Am I missing like something, or is there like a thing going around the NFL? Because somebody texted in, FYI, for all the Slayton lovers, he leads the NFL in drops. Because when Amari Cooper's name was getting talked about, everyone said Amari Cooper led the league in drops.
Yeah. They're both tied. Yep. They're both tied for the league lead.
But what's their catch percentage? So I think this stat is skewed, by the way. Because I think and I know that this can be an elongated stat, but some people would say a drop's a drop. He didn't catch it. But Daniel Jones and Deshaun Watson are throwing you footballs. What is the percentage of catch percentage rate that they have? Are they dropping balls that are behind their head and they're essentially getting credited for a drop?
Yeah. If it touches your hands, does that count as a drop?
Yeah, I'd like to know the stat. But out of those 15 drops, 8 of those balls were thrown at a 10% catch rate. They just, had the chance to catch it and drop it.
Yeah, but anybody can look at a stat sheet and make a decision on anything.
But I understand because drops killed this team last year. It was the topic of conversation last year.
You're absolutely right about that. But sometimes guys drop passes because they just don't give a rip. And you're going over the middle. You're playing for the Giants. And you see a safety coming over the top. You're like, nah, I'm not catching this thing. I'm going to drop this thing. Or you're Amari Cooper. You're playing in Cleveland. You're 1-5.
Yeah.
What's your incentive to go out there and risk your body and really go full bore? Devontae Adams, another prime example. All of a sudden his hamstring feels better, right? When you're in a bad situation and teams aren't winning and you're a good football player on that team, sometimes you just look around the room and you go, I ain't risking my life for this, bro. You pull that Blake Snell card, right? I ain't going out here and risking my life. And you see that happen all the time. That's why they talk about change of scenery. And a guy switches teams and all of a sudden does well. And you're like, man, why didn't he do that for us? Because he didn't want to be there. Nobody wants to be in Cleveland. Nobody wants to be playing for the Browns. Nobody wants to be playing for the Giants at this point in time.
You remember when Carlos Beltran went to the Houston Astros in the playoffs?
Oh, my God.
That was something special.
But Carlos was really good here. He just never had the opportunity to show it on, that type of stage. I never looked at Carlos Beltran as a guy who dogged it. I think in the NFL, though, you do see that a lot. You do see guys that just don't want to be part of it. Do you want to play for Carolina?
I'd like to live in Carolina.
Maybe, but do you want to play for some of these teams that are not good? Do you want to play for the Raiders? Do you want to play for Carolina? Dallas is starting to trend in that direction. You're on a very bad team, and you're thinking about self-preservation. They talk about business decisions all the time, and catching a pass over the middle and getting your clock clean ain't a good business decision on a 1-5 football team.
What's your percentage that they don't make a move?
Oh, I think it's small.
10%?
Yeah, I was going to say 1%.
So you're
rephrase the question, because will they make a move? Do they want to make a move? I think it's two different conversations. Yes, 100% they want to make a move. They called for Devontae Adams, right? We know that.
Fair.
So they want to make a move, but that's only 50% of the equation. Because if I want that jacket you're wearing right now, right? But you don't want to give me that jacket. What am I supposed to do? Go over there and beat you up and take? You just can't do that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
right?
but there's a chair with 6 other jackets that are free. Lost and found, man. You can go grab them. Like, we can go get a jacket. The Chiefs can go get a jacket.
You can go get
There's
a
no
wide
excuse
receiver.
to not get a jacket. Free agency.
A lot of jackets.
MVS.
Yeah.
MVS is a bad jacket. It's tatted. It's ratted, but you know that jacket. You've worn it.
Let me tell you about that jacket right now.
Okay,
That's got a hole in the pocket.
I don't want a jacket.
Yeah, right. You want a coat. You'd rather have a coat.
Yes,
I get
like
it.
a coat.
But like that jacket is MVS. You know that jacket. You love that jacket, but it's got a hole in the pocket. Anytime you put your money in there or whatever it is, it falls out the bottom of the pocket and you're losing stuff.
You're dropping
right?
my keys.
So, I understand MVS is familiar, and Andy talked about getting a guy that's kind of familiar with what's going on. But MVS was part of the equation that broke Patrick Mahomes last year in that Buffalo game. It was all adding up with all of those guys dropping the passes, and then Kadarius Toney did his thing, and that led Patrick Mahomes to explode. Now, MVS was good in the postseason again, as he seemingly always is. But Patrick Mahomes reached his breaking point with MVS and the other wide receivers last year. I don't know, me personally, and the Chiefs could be thinking differently on that. Is that a guy that you want to bring back who had a case of the drops last year and kind of put you in bad situations? I don't know the answer to that question.
I do know.
But see, and that's where I'm leaning, right?
No, I agree.
That's where I'm leaning. But you've seen stranger things happen. Kareem Hunt is back part of this team, right? Nobody ever thought that would be something that
but he
would be
was
possible.
gone because of off the field.
Correct.
It wasn't like, we're getting rid of this guy because he sucks.
Right, but nobody thought he would be back. And so you never closed the door, but I just think the door for that MVS move is very, very small. Very, very small. Like 1% open. Like, we're going to talk to other people, and if we don't find anybody that we can work with, maybe we'll call you back type of thing.
Yeah, I think if you're left out in the cold shivering and Dusty left you and he's at warm and home in his fireplace, like, you're picking up that jacket. Like, I think that's what the Chiefs are doing.
Yeah, and I think like he's kind of a last-ditch effort.
I agree.
They got 18 days to the trade deadline. They're calling, they're exploring, they're figuring things out. If nothing materializes, all right, fine, MVS, come on in. Patrick, what do you think? Can you handle it? Yeah, I just won't throw him the ball all that much, whatever the case may be. But I think he's your last ditch effort. I do think the Chiefs are very active on the phone lines. I do think they want to get a wide receiver in here. Who that ends up being, we don't know, but they're in a great spot. It's not like they're 3-3 and they need to get into the playoffs to save jobs, and then they do stupid trades that hurt the organization long term. They're back-to-back Super Bowl champions. They got house money that they're playing with. Oh, and they're 5-0 by the way this year.
So they're going shopping at Burlington Coat Factory. Living Spaces.
I do like that jingle. That's a good one.
It's quick.
It is. It works.
Great punch.
Yeah.
I mean, they hit you with the sale.
Yeah.
Come on out to Living Spaces and check out our new place. And then it's like a slight pause. Living Spaces. I'm Isaiah Pacheco.
That's right.
Get you some sponsors, boy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mac, you think what's your percentage they don't make a move? Like, same with Bob, like less than 10?
Yeah, like 0. Because I think Bob's correct. Like he's saying, it's not just about the Chiefs. It's about getting a team to agree with him. But I think even if a team doesn't agree with him, like I said, they're going to go grab a free agent, whether that's MVS, I don't know, name another one that's left on the streets right now. That's going to be it. The Chiefs got to add someone for this exact reason. Juju's hurt. I mean, you need him for 20 weeks.
And that changes everything, too. The Juju injury yesterday.
You didn't like seeing that.
You didn't like to see it
but
at
that
all.
was the whole reason you needed a weapon.
Yeah.
And it's not like, I mean, it's tough. Like, it goes Niners, Raiders, Bucks, Broncos, Bills. And then it's Panthers, Raiders, Chargers, Browns. And then you get the Texans, Steelers, Broncos to finish.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, I think 13 gets you the 1 seed this year.
Yep.
I think.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah,
100%.
I think 13 gets you. You got 5.
And you got the tiebreaker over everybody already.
You got at least 4 that I just read off that are automatic. That's 10.
Schedule lightens up, man.
Yeah.
You got 3. You got what? 2 tough games left, Buffalo and Houston?
I'd throw in Tampa Bay, but yeah.
Tampa is an interesting one.
Yeah. Here on Monday night. Yeah.
Bet it's here. Yeah.
We'll call that 3 tough games left.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up on the other side, somebody that you wish would have just done better. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens once again to remind you of my good friends at Heartland Men's Health. Guys, if you're insecure or you're not sure where to start or how to talk about something, let me help you. If it's weight loss, I know I've had my issues with it. I finally talked to somebody about it. The guys at Heartland Men's Health, they kind of worked me through it. Erectile dysfunction, low T. If those are things that you suffer from, feel free to reach out to my people at Heartland Men's Health. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and their new office in North Kansas City. They have an expert staff, and you will see the results quickly. Schedule and consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99, and it includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. So, fellas, that insecurity, that not knowing where to go or who to talk to, this is where you need to go. It is Heartland Men's Health. You can call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help? Yeah, there are so many football games streaming this season. Can Xfinity Internet handle it? Oh, we know the game is only live once, so we built a network with all-pro speeds and low lag so you don't miss a snap. So I can yell, "He's open!" when he's actually open? Yeah, but the quarterback still can't hear you.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and TV and enjoy instant access to your favorite live sports with the Xfinity Stream app. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Streaming content limited to the U.S. Programming subject to change.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget. Not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps. Or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is a special report from the Missouri Lottery. Please do not attempt to put giant checks in the bank's pneumatic tubes. You will be provided with a bank-compatible check, or just cash. The Missouri Lottery. Play responsibly.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and our hotline is open. Annie from Kansas City, what's on your mind?
I want a dealership that I can trust for a lifetime. Is that you?
We're Google's highest review-rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. That's a good start.
I just want a great deal. That's all.
How about 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models? That'll get you a low monthly payment. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Google highest review-rated Subaru retailer in Kansas City based on 2023 Google Analytics.
Dick Ray, he's your cooling magician. Dick Ray, he's a man on a mission. When it's hot and humid, your AC's failing and it's causing quite the fuss. There's an AC expert you know that you can trust. He's there for us. Call Dick Ray, he's your cooling magician.
Hey, it's Dick Ray. Schedule your AC tune-up, only $79. 913-DICK-RAY.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working round the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back. Kansas side, I-70 eastbound recovering past 635 over towards 18th Street Expressway where an earlier accident has cleared. Whether you need a new Smart LiftMaster opener, service, repair, or brand new garage door, Renner Garage Door has you covered. Locally owned, top rated, RENNER, forward and back. RennerDoor.com. Touchdown Renner. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving right back into it. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Mac Morey, Dusty Liggins, Bob Fescoe. Tell them what you can do on a Friday.
Friday, you can fold for free, right? We got Folding Fridays going on all October. Just tell them you heard it right here on 96.5 The Fan. Between 2 and 6, show up to Folding at 435 in State Line and say, I want to fold for free! And they'll say, okay, come on in.
Please leave.
Yeah, well, they may tell you to leave if you scream at them, but yeah.
Gilbert Godfrey?
Yeah. He's dead, isn't he?
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I know he is.
I think we lost Gilbert,
I want
right?
lane 6!
Yeah, I mean, Gilbert Godfrey was,
a true treasure and the principal and problem child.
Yeah, and he was great in a cameo in Wings.
Aflac Duck.
Aflac Duck.
Roast of Roseanne.
Yeah.
Rosilla!
He was the Aflac Duck?
Oh, yeah. Then I think
he lost it.
He lost it. Something happened.
He got
there.
Me Too'd.
Did he?
I think
Is
so.
that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. I knew there was something that happened there.
It's ironic that he lost insurance, but then needed insurance.
I don't know. Yeah, so Gilbert Godfrey passing away.
R.I.P.
I think.
No, he's dead.
He is dead. Okay.
He's dead.
So anyway, so folding today from 2 to 6, you can fold for free. You can reserve a lane at foldingkc.com. Fold around and find out how fun it is. World-class bar, drink specials for the fall, all of that kind of stuff. So get your fold on from 2 to 6 for free today at Folding.
Saw this interesting article, athletes that you wish would have been better.
Yeah, it's like that list could be so long, you know?
The name that came out to my mind right away, I mean, we were in the post-production meeting yesterday talking about this, and I think yours is absolutely hilarious.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, because all I remember from yours is the goatee that I know just smelled like a Marlboro Red.
Light, actually.
Yeah, Marlboro Light.
Yeah.
But no, mine's Dwayne Bowe. Like, man, I was so, and I think Dwayne Bowe's a national treasure.
Yeah.
But I was so, like, ready, I'm dead serious, to buy an 82 jersey. And you got to be special. I've owned 3 jerseys in my life.
Who have you owned?
I had a Tony G jersey.
Good.
It was a white one.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll never buy a white Chiefs jersey
again. You spell that nacho cheese on there.
Well, you just go to Arrowhead and you stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah,
You're
that
like,
is
oh,
true.
man, I
Yeah.
should be in red.
Yeah.
I have a Mahomes jersey. It was gifted to me
Nice.
as a great Christmas gift. It's the playoff jersey. And then I had a Randall Cunningham jersey.
Ooh, like an old Kelly Green.
First jersey I ever had. Whoa. My stepmom was evil on Christmas. She wrapped it up really tight into a cell phone box and then did the box. All I wanted was a Randall Cunningham jersey. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Do you still have it?
I wish. No,
You
I
don't?
don't.
Why? Why don't you still have
We
that?
probably gave it to Goodwill.
Oh, no.
Somebody else is rocking that Kelly Green.
That Kelly Green Randall Cunningham
Number
jersey.
Number 7, baby.
Oh, God.
yeah.
That's,
had it.
Oh, you
One
can
of the
buy it
better
now.
jerseys.
Mitchell and Ness. That's a
trust me,
fantastic one.
I have so many clothes that nowadays I see like on like homage page or like whatever it is, and I'm like, man, I had that Charlotte Hornets starter jacket.
Do you have a starter jacket?
No, I want one.
Yeah, because the only starter jacket that I have right now is a Kansas City Scouts starter jacket.
That's cool.
And I love wearing that one. People go, what are the Scouts? I'm like, oh, okay.
But I almost bought a Dwayne Bowe jersey because that year he had with Matt Castle.
Yeah, it was a great year.
What, he had like 15 touchdowns?
Matt
13?
Castle had, God, I want to say Matt had 25 and like 10 of them were to Dwayne Bowe or something like that. That 2010 season was really good. That was the only season Charlie Weiss was here as the offensive coordinator until he quit midway through the Baltimore game. But he was good for Matt Castle. He was good for Dwayne Bowe. That was an electric connection in 2010.
15 tutties.
Yeah,
15
touchdowns. I knew it was big.
Big number, yeah.
I mean, that whole year was insane. Like, he's the all-time leading receiver in Chiefs franchise history. Dwayne Bowe is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he won't be because Rashee Rice, once he comes back, will probably pass that the way he's going. But that year he had he played every single game, hit 133 targets and 72 receptions for 1162, 15 touchdowns and 55 first downs.
I mean, do you think we'll see anybody get 15 touchdowns again for the Chiefs from that position?
Not
or
with the
anybody.
way,
I mean, like Kelsey doesn't even get there.
Not with the. I mean, Kelsey got close. I think one year.
I think he got close.
I think he had 13.
Yeah, I think that was it.
But yeah, he was one of those guys where like that's when like, and I mean the next year he had. I mean his next year in Kansas City he played 14 games. Or he started 14 games, but he had 81 receptions on 142 targets for 1159. But then just after that, just disappeared. I mean, never had 1,000 yards again. Highest year he had was 801. Finished his career in Cleveland at the age of 31. He was out of football.
He was done.
It was like that, and that's why like late.
That's
great
everybody though, man.
And that's why whenever like the late great Therese Paylor would say the contract year's undefeated, the first name I thought of, I was like, oh yeah, because he was in here doing the Therese Paylor show with Binkley, and I was producing it. And then during the break, I got in his ear. I was like, you know what I thought about when he said that? He's like, what's up, man? I was like, I thought of Dwayne Bowe. He goes, now you know. And I was like, yep. After that year, he got paid. And then we never saw the Dwayne Bowe that we saw again. And I just, someone on the Dwayne Bowe, he did the thumb on the name.
Yeah.
I was like, this dude is the receiver that I've always wanted to watch in Kansas City. And then just never saw it again.
What could he have been with Patrick Mahomes,
Oh,
though?
dear God.
You wonder where Dwayne Bowe could have been with Mahomes.
He got to catch his last pass from Patrick Mahomes before he like retired as a Chief.
That's right. Yeah.
And Jamal Charles got the last handoff.
Right,
So it's like, if you could go back and do the famous question, which former Chief would you love to see on a Patrick Mahomes team? Derek Thomas, Dwayne Bowe, Jamal Charles.
Yeah.
And I think the answer is
Tony
always
Gonzalez
Charles.
would be good too.
I
on
had
that
Kelsey,
team.
so-
But together with the two of them, holy
That'd
be
cow,
cool.
man,
Yeah.
that'd be awesome. Tony Moiaki's
Okay. Yeah. Anybody named Tony? Tony Sacherays, the seasoning. But no, Dwayne Bowe is mine. Athlete that I wish would have just continued to go.
Yeah, mine is always going to be this answer, and it's so bizarre, and it's so out there, and that's why I love this one, because there were signs of promise from this gentleman, but he never was able to live up to, I think he was a first-round draft pick, if I'm not mistaken, back in the day. It's Dan Reichert from the Royals. I mean, but the problem
Google search this guy and check out that massive goatee he had.
But the problem with Dan Reichert was like he had diabetes and really didn't take care of it like he should have, and he smoked. And so I was always like, man, you got the beatus and you're burning darts, and like you're trying to pitch in the big leagues. And that was back in 01, 02, 03, when the Royals were just an absolute bleep show, and it was like the Bad News Bears and whatnot running around out there, and they were just taking anybody that you threw in high school. Come on, you're on the team now, type of thing. But like I do believe a big part of being an effective athlete is taking care of your body. And if you weren't managing your beatus and you were smoking cigarettes, are you really putting yourself in the best proper position to go out there and do good? But every once in a while, you'd see these flashes of brilliance from Dan Reichert, and you'd be like, damn, if this guy could just harness this and do this consistently. And then, like, he never did. Like, nobody on those teams back in the day really, harnessed anything and did anything consistently. But he's always the guy that I look back on. I'm like, damn, like, I just wish you would have managed things a little bit better, and maybe you could have been a little bit better as a pitcher in Major League Baseball. So he's always going to be the answer to that question.
His best ERA as a Royal was 4.70.
4.70. What year was that in?
2000. He had 153 innings pitched, 157 hits. Gave up 15 home runs. 15 just seems to be the number.
That's the number today, right?
Yeah. Then it would be 5.63, 5.32, and then it was on to Toronto where he would have a 6.06 ERA and never pitch in baseball again. He pitched for 5 years.
Hey, good for him, right?
He missed the cut, though.
Yeah, he did. He still gets a nice little pension, but not the 10-year pension thing.
Yeah.
So, Mac, who do you have?
Damn good goatee from him.
Oh, hell of a goatee. Great guy, too. Love hanging out with him right here.
Yeah, now he looks like he goes to Sturgis once a year.
Probably.
Yeah.
Breland Speaks for me.
Breland Speaks?
What?
What are you, Cody Tapp over there? Still complaining about that draft pick?
No, not complaining. Just guy didn't live up to it. Thought he had talent. I didn't hate the draft pick when it happened.
Yeah.
Came in overweight consistently. Just never lived up to it. Yeah, what does Veach have?
He's the
two
only
or three misses?
failure that Brett Veach has had as a draft pick.
Probably 2 or 3 more.
Who else would be on that list?
I mean, Sky Moore is
Sky Moore. Okay.
Do you consider CEH a failure first round pick?
Yes.
To the way the pick is, yes. It is.
But
according to the pick.
Yeah, according to the pick, yes. Okay, fine. Yeah.
But yeah, that is by far the biggest miss. And I saw it in college.
I blame Mahomes for CEH though. They told everybody that he had a hand in that. So,
well, is there a receiver that we're missing that Veach drafted that didn't pan out?
We said Sky Moore.
We said Sky.
McCole Hardman instead of DK is one that people get mad about.
He still won 3 Super Bowls with McCole Hardman. I'm over that one. I can move on.
And DK's not as good as everyone likes to think.
Not really.
I really don't.
Yeah, not really. He had like at the time he had a couple of early good years, but I mean, have you really heard from DK Metcalf in the last 3 or 4 years?
Oh yeah.
Is he calling you?
No, but he's been balling. He's balling this year too. Seems like every week DK Metcalf catches a 65-plus yard touchdown.
That's what I say.
What's your talent?
I mean, DK's a stud. I think didn't he lead the league in receiving 2 years ago?
I don't know about that. I don't think so.
No. I mean, how much better could they have won 3 Super Bowls with it doesn't change anything. The DK Metcalf, whether you picked him or McCole Hardman, it changes nothing of what you've accomplished.
McCole Hardman did catch a game-winning Super Bowl catch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
damn straight.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a DK the stud though. I've always wanted DK Metcalf on this team ever since I found out the story about the McCole Hardman thing. Yeah, didn't lead the league in receiving, but he had 1,114 last year, had 1,048 the previous year, and then 967, 1303.
Yeah,
it's touchdowns that he scores 10, 12, 6, 8, and he already has 2 this year.
So it would have been different. McCole Hardman's never on this team if Tyreek Hill doesn't get suspended. They didn't think they were having Tyreek Hill. They needed a replacement for Tyreek Hill. They traded up. They got McCole Hardman. He was it was a panic move. I mean, and they'll tell you that. It was basically a panic move because they didn't know if Tyreek Hill was going to play that season. They needed a returner. I mean, that whole thing happened in April. They thought Tyreek Hill was going to be out a long time. All right, we need a returner. We ain't got nobody. All right, there's McCole Hardman. Trade up and go get him. So
the 2 names on the text line, Bubba Starling and Jonathan Baldwin.
Yeah, Baldwin sucked.
Once he got knocked out by Thomas Jones, it was over.
Yeah, Bubba Starling is the classic, you're in a rock and a hard place because I know the Royals were begging for somebody to take Bubba Starling ahead of him, and nobody did. And then they had to take him because if they didn't, he went on somewhere else and achieved success. You know what that would have been like. How come you didn't take Albert Pujols? So they had to take Bubba Starling in that situation.
Who's next on the next best quarterback in the league? We dive into that from a tweet from a guy that we find pretty credible. Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens, Mac Morey. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is a game day weekend, and that means you're going to be going to Smokehouse Barbecue for their game day special. In fact, I may have some Smokehouse Barbecue today at the BMA Golf Tournament. They're catering that event today because that's what they do. They love being involved in the community, and they love getting you that game day special for all of your football watch parties. A pound of burnt ends, a pound of wings, a slab of baby back ribs, a quart of beans, paperware, and serving utensils for $6, all for just $79.95. That's the game day special at Smokehouse Barbecue. And when you're thinking about those wings, I know how much you love those Cajun butter chicken wings, right? They're fantastic. Try the Sweet Zing. It's their new chicken wing sauce that everybody loves. It's a sweet flavor with a kick. They are fantastic. And at Smokehouse Barbecue right now, don't forget about the chili because it's that time of year. They take their crispy meat, which is chopped up burnt ends. They put it in the pot. They add their spicy barbecue sauce to it. They add some other ingredients as well. And boy, they give you a chili that you're going to want 10 cups of. Give me another is what you'll say. So when you dine in Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa, grab that chili, grab those nachos, and of course the barbecue pizza as well. You can also place your order at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
You've been waiting, and now is the time. Golden Oak Lending has fixed mortgage rates at 4.875%. But don't wait, this rate won't last forever. I'm James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Why pay 20 to 30% interest rates on your credit cards when you can pay them off with our low 4.875 mortgage rate? Home values are higher than ever. That means you have more equity than ever. You can use that equity to save money by paying off credit cards, auto loans, or get cash for home renovations. You can even just lower your monthly payments. It's your equity, and you are entitled to use it to save money. And don't forget our appraisal guarantee. If for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our low 4.875 fixed rate. Call 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
5.784 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these great game day specials. 8 wings and a basket of tots for $12 plus $4 domestic OP cups. The other place, the next best thing to being at the game.
The NFL season continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. When the Chiefs and 49ers take on each other this Sunday afternoon, you could build out a quick same-game parlay, like George Kittle to go over his receiving yardage total, Xavier Worthy to score an anytime touchdown, and Patrick Mahomes to go over his passing yard total. Just visit FanDuel.com/Alex to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
When it comes to beef, nothing tops world-class highly marbled Wagyu. Booth Creek Wagyu's Overland Park Meat Market is ready to elevate your beef. Their farm-to-fork commitment brings this intensely rich and flavorful beef from the tall grass prairies north of Manhattan, Kansas, directly to your table. Stop into the store to see what our customers are calling the jewelry store of beef and taste the difference. Our in-store experts are sampling freshly seared Wagyu 7 days a week. Located in the shops at Deer Creek Woods at 135th and Metcalf.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Arvest Bank, believing in the power of serving others.
Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others. That's why we're committed to supporting those who serve our communities. We believe that all communities deserve a financial partner who cares. Arvest. We believe.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Streetcar Takeover today and Saturday. Tickets at streetcar-takeover.com. Missouri side 670 eastbound, slow rolling into downtown from the state line. Get your tickets now for a weekend of horsepower, burnouts, car show music, and adrenaline-fueled excitement at Streetcar Takeover tonight and tomorrow at the Flying H Drag Strip in Odessa. Kids 12 and under are free, plus trunk or treat tomorrow for the kids. Online at streetcar-takeover.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Dialing it back in here on 96.5 The Fan. Welcome to it. Remember this?
Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
And this was the Andy Reid special. This was the Andy Reid special we talked about. He was saving all day. He's going to fake a motion to go across. And at that moment, he turns and goes back. Hardman, who they didn't have, right? And they go get Hardman and bring him back.
There you go. There's your McCall Hardman conversation we just had on the other side.
Replace MVS with McCall Hardman this year in the Super Bowl. And the Chiefs win in overtime against the San Francisco 49ers. And it's MVS.
Romo ruined that call, man.
Of course.
Yeah, he really did.
Shut up.
Yeah, he really did. Why don't we have the Mitch call of that one
Sure we
instead?
can get it.
Yeah,
we'll
find
have
that one.
Mitch Holt is here in about 20 minutes on 96.5 The Fan. But we go to a tweet that Ryan Clark had the other day.
Who I absolutely love on ESPN. He's unbelievably great.
Yeah, I would love to see Ryan Clark and Nate Burleson in a booth.
Oh, God, yeah. Who's your play-by-play guy for that one?
Yes.
Okay, anybody? Anybody?
It could be like Denny and Ryan. You get the first quarter, I'll take the second. You take the third, I'll take the fourth.
Considering none of them have done play-by-play, but, you know, I put Ian Eagle or Kevin Harlan in the booth with them and something like that. I think Ian would be the perfect guy to have Nate Burleson and Ryan Clark together because they really are good. Ryan Clark, I just love everything that he – not that I agree with everything, but I think he's fantastic. I love his insight. He's just an awesome, awesome broadcaster right now.
And he tweets out, all players and quarterbacks are imperfect, but of them, Patrick Mahomes stands alone.
No doubt.
We often toss around who's next. Many mention Josh Allen and obviously Joe Burrow. To be frank, you start any team with Patrick Mahomes first, but it's now supremely clear that Lamar is the next without question.
Do you think there is a question there with Lamar being the next? Me personally, I'm a Lamar apologist, so I totally agree with that tweet. Like, if I'm starting my team, it's Patrick Mahomes, and there's nobody else. But if you said I can't have Patrick Mahomes and had to pick another quarterback, yeah, I would really probably lean towards Lamar Jackson every day of the week. I know he doesn't win in the playoffs, right? Like where he needs to be winning in the playoffs. But is that argument still going to be talked about because of the way that Patrick Mahomes has dominated in the playoffs, right? Like, there's really been no room for anybody else to win in the playoffs because Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have basically taken up residency in the AFC Championship game every year and pretty much in the Super Bowl every year for the last 5 years. So I know Lamar doesn't win when it matters, but other than Patrick Mahomes, who does win in the postseason now?
I think it's a lot to where people always will go back to the comparison of Brady and Manning, right? And Lamar gives you similar traits to Peyton Manning.
No doubt.
Wins the MVPs, is toe-to-toe the next one to like compete with Patrick Mahomes. It's the one everybody pays to see.
Right.
I know that we love Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes, but he's, like others, hasn't got it done in the playoffs. And I think that when you talk about who's the next, the thing that you start off with, Ryan Clark also openly said, is that it's Patrick Mahomes. There is a sizable gap.
No doubt, yeah.
Right? Because would Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, or Josh Allen be 5-0s on this team if they were in Mahomes' spot? The answer to me is no.
No.
And I do think that right now...
Because I don't think they win the Cincinnati game if it's not Patrick Mahomes playing quarterback. And I don't think they win the Atlanta game if Patrick Mahomes isn't playing quarterback.
That's fair. And I think there's a lot of people that still are like, Josh Allen's number 2. It's not even close. But I think Lamar, as of the last year and a half, because I think this kind of thing can fluctuate. Like, we used to have Justin Herbert as the top 5 quarterback. Some don't anymore. Some still do. Some people think C.J. Stroud has overtaken that. We've written Trevor Lawrence off.
Well, C.J. Stroud has had more playoff success than Justin Herbert has had.
It's fair. And so I think Lamar, I love Lamar. I think Lamar's great. I think he's a dual threat quarterback. I think that the 2 MVPs speak for that. No quarterback that's won 2 MVPs has not made the Hall of Fame.
Right.
But that's always going to be the question is who can beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs? And right now, one's retired and calling his game this week. The other one is, well, we don't know.
Dyeing his hair.
Right. Well, yeah, is having some struggles as well. And then there's like Lamar Jackson. And I think that when you take it from a Chiefs perspective, who's the one quarterback when the Chiefs play them, you're like, this could actually go either way.
It's Lamar.
And that for you is Lamar Jackson.
For me, it's Lamar Jackson.
To me, it's still Josh Allen.
Is it? Yeah.
It is because of, like, I just think that as much as Allen has seen Mahomes, which I know Lamar's seen a lot of Patrick Mahomes, and Mahomes has gotten the better half of that,
Yep.
I still look at Josh Allen, I'm like, I know Jamar is super talented, and I know that he's, that guy. But to me, it's Mahomes, huge gap, coin flip between Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. But right now, I still kind of like, when the Chiefs play the Bills, I'm a little bit more butterflyish in the stomach than when the Chiefs play the Ravens.
I'm the complete opposite of
That's
you.
fair.
Yeah, I am, and I wonder where fans are on that one on the Jay Southland Tow Service text line. Where do you get more butterflies, facing the Bills or facing the Baltimore Ravens? And for me, it is Baltimore, because I watch games sometimes, and I've said this for a few years with folks. Watch Patrick Mahomes play a game from the perspective of the other team's fan, right? Like, go back and just watch a game and watch that game from the perspective of a Bengals fan, and watch Patrick Mahomes just absolutely rip your heart out and get that feeling in your stomach of like, oh, God, we were right there, and he ripped our heart out. That's how I watch Lamar Jackson play against us. I feel like at any moment he can make that play, and I'm kind of, I don't want to use the term sick to my stomach when I'm watching it, but watching Lamar play against the Chiefs makes me the most nervous that I ever am when I watch a team play against the Chiefs. Buffalo, I know they'll fall on their face, they'll do something and ruin it for themselves. Cincinnati obviously will do Cincinnati type things and end up ruining it for themselves. But Baltimore and save a great play and a fumble recovery in the end zone, one of those type of deals. Who knows what happens in that game? I think Baltimore is one of those teams, and maybe the only team right now that I truly believe, and as we've seen by the scores so far this year, no pun intended, can go toe-to-toe with the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, I watch them, and I just have that butterfly, sick, like, just get this game over, find any way to get a win, and don't have another second left on the clock because Lamar can make a play. I don't feel that way with Josh Allen.
Macadoodle?
Wow, yeah. See, I feel that exact way with Josh Allen. I mean, I think about that play last year in the playoffs, two guys on his ass. He's about to go out of bounds. It looks like it's over.
Great play.
And he just in the midair. He's the only one who can make that play besides Patrick Mahomes. And I think that the most with Josh Allen. He can make all the plays that Mahomes can. Maybe 1% less is good, but he's right there. To me, it's Mahomes, small gap, Allen, big gap, everyone else. I think Josh Allen ended up being a top 10 player, top 10 quarterback of all time.
But Josh Allen had the opportunity last year to win that game at home and blew it, and did not do it at the end.
Did he blow it?
Did not find open receivers. That fourth down play was a terrible pass, and here we sit. Like, you've got to make those plays. That's where, for me, like, Josh Allen, I'm not trying to take anything away from Josh Allen. I just don't think he's good in big situations.
That 13 seconds game, he was electric.
That was
amazing.
5 years ago now, or whatever that was, right? Like that was a long time ago now. We're talking about that 13-second game. Like, the Chiefs have won 2 Super Bowls since then.
I'm just saying, Lamar hasn't had that moment once.
With a 13-second type of game? Well,
like, he hasn't played that well in the playoffs once.
No, he has not. But I still
he was
believe
bad last year.
I still believe he can beat me. I don't believe in Josh Allen in big moments. I do believe in Lamar. And why we feel that way as human beings, I don't know. Why do you like hot dogs and you don't? Or why do you like cheeseburgers and you don't? Like, why do we like certain things and other people don't? Or why do we feel certain ways? I don't know. I just feel like Baltimore with Lamar plus their head coach, plus the success that they've had on defense for 2 generations now. Like, I just look at Lamar Jackson as that's the guy that I don't want to face.
Yeah, I'm with this person who I think I might have just became good friends with, but I'm the opposite from the 816. I'm like 10 beers deep pregame against the Ravens, and I'm like 8 beers deep pregame against the Bills. I'm the opposite. Like, when it's Josh Allen and the Bills, I just know it's white knuckles, edge of my seat. Ravens, I'm still there. I mean, I'm still like, okay, this is a team. This is one of those teams that can actually do it. But like you said, the butterflies for Josh Allen a little bit more than the butterflies for one of Lamar Jackson.
And for me, it's Lamar, and that's just personal preference and who you think can win. But I love Lamar Jackson so much as a quarterback, so I probably am biased and feel that way because I just love watching the guy play.
Maybe ask your guy Mitch Holtis that question. I wonder what his answer is on the other side. We'll be joined by the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis, on 96.5 The Fan on Fescoe and Dusty, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
All right, the age-old question in Kansas City is, where are we going to park? No matter where you're going or what you're doing, you ask that question, right? And you probably ask that when you go to the airport. Well, the answer is simple. It's Park and Go. And there's a number of reasons why you want to use my friends over at Park and Go. Number one, all spots are covered. Every spot there will protect your car when you're out of town. And with those winter months coming up right now, you want to make sure your car is covered and you don't have to worry about the snow, the ice, the sleet, and all of that nasty stuff that's coming our way. And when you're out of town, Park and Go takes takes care of that for you. So your car is covered. Number 2, they make it so easy to book a reservation. Just go to bookparkandgo.com after you make your flight reservation and make that parking reservation and prepay as well, because when you prepay, you're going to save money and get their lowest rate. Then you show up on the day of your flight, give them your reservation number. They tell you exactly where to park. Pull into that spot, the van meets you right away, takes you to the airport terminal, and you're there in no time at all. When you get back, it's so easy. Just grab your bags, walk off the plane, and walk outside. There's the Park and Go bus. Jump on it, and you're right back to your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Our favorite reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler? Free service for life with no fine print. That's right. When you buy your engagement ring or any piece of jewelry at Diamonds Direct, you will never have to pay a dime in the future for sizing, cleaning, or routine maintenance. At Diamonds Direct, there's no gotcha clause, no fine print, no looking for ways to void the warranty. Diamonds Direct, the jeweler you can trust with a no questions asked 100% free lifetime warranty with no strings attached. Come see us to learn more.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Who else does this? There's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
I'm Mitch Holtis, voice of the Kansas City Chiefs. Choosing the best doctor for your eyes is one of the most important medical decisions you'll ever make. Whether you're considering blade-free LASIK, all laser cataract surgery, and premium lens implants, or want a world-renowned doctor to help with your glaucoma, macular degeneration, dry eyes, or diabetes, trust my doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein. Call Silverstein Eye Centers to make an appointment, 816-358-3600. Experience the best eye care in Kansas City.
We hear a lot from our patients after we've successfully treated their erectile dysfunction. But one thing we hear the most is, why didn't I get treated sooner? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're suffering with ED and all the emotional and relationship problems it causes, don't wait. Call us today. ED is simply a medical condition like any other. And for most men, it's fully treatable, which means you can get your sex life back. And I'm not talking about sex that's just okay, by the way. I'm talking about good sex with the ability to enjoy intimacy without the anxiety that affects so many men who have ED. In fact, you might find you're performing like you haven't in years. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated thousands of men with protocols that are successful in well over 90% of cases. And we have a variety of treatments and treatment combinations so you can get the one that's right for you. So stop waiting and call us. Your first visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason. What's something that you've always wanted to learn? An instrument, a new language, how not to burn pasta. Whether it's big or small, imagine how great it would feel to finally do it. As kids, we're always learning and growing, but as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity that made life feel so exciting. So it's easy to think that we are who we are and we can't change. But BetterHelp is here to tell you that it's never too late to be who you want to be. Therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder because your back-to-school era can come at any age. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with affordable phone, video, or live chat sessions you could do from anywhere, and the option to message your therapist between sessions if anything comes up. So why not rediscover possibility with BetterHelp? Visit BetterHelp.com/Boomer today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Boomer.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side inbound I-29 from 435 into downtown is a 15-minute drive. Checking 435, moving at posted speeds or better all around the metro. Heading on the Kansas side, 35 northbound trip from Olathe into downtown. It's still 20 minutes. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Right back into it on a Red Friday here on Fescoe and Dusty. Mitch Holtis in about 5 minutes will join us on the show. Going back to the question we had, which quarterback or team, I guess, gives you the butterflies for the 913? Mine would have to be the Bengals. And I think it's because the sheer hatred of them, the thought of losing to them, and having to listen to Chase just pisses me off, and they've proven that they can beat the Chiefs.
They have, but again, that's a while ago now. What have the Chiefs won? 3 or 4 now straight against Cincinnati, right? If I'm not mistaken, right? Since that AFC Championship game that we lost. Like, I know it's hard to get over some of these losses, but we've done that with Cincinnati. The 13-second game, that's all past history. I mean, we've won 2 Super Bowls since losing to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati really hasn't been anything special since they beat us here in Kansas City. But we have those memories, right? We have that scar tissue from the Cincinnati Bengals, and I hate them more than anybody because their fans suck. I mean, they really just suck. So I'm glad when we beat the Bengals just from that standpoint, and hopefully we continue to beat the Bengals, and hopefully we continue to beat them into oblivion and don't let them come up for air. I enjoy beating Cincinnati.
From the 816, I don't fear any team that the Chiefs play. I just know the refs are going to be on our side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's fair.
816. I've just seen Josh Allen beat us, and I have not seen Lamar do that to us. He did it a couple years ago.
Yeah,
Lamar went for it on 4th down and scored.
Yeah, Lamar's beaten us, but again, regular season win for Lamar and regular season wins for Josh Allen. Like, regular season wins are nice, but they don't mean anything. I mean, you've got to beat Patrick Mahomes when it matters most. Obviously, Tom Brady has done that, and Joe Burrow, and that's it in the postseason. But I have seen Lamar play good games. I've seen Lamar like we did in the AFC Championship game. They didn't lose that game because of Lamar Jackson, right? Not that, you lose, the 13-second game because of Josh Allen or anything like that, but you're the quarterback. You get credit for wins and losses. It's kind of how we differentiate now in the NFL between who's good and who isn't good. How many Super Bowl wins you got? How many postseason wins you got? So it is part of the deal. But for me, it's just all about Lamar Jackson.
I would say Lamar looked a little shook last year in that AFC Championship game. Because Mahomes came out and just dialed it in. You remember the throw to Kelsey in the end zone, and Mitch Holtis said that it looked like he put some duct tape on it and stuck it into Kelsey's grip.
Right.
Lamar was not good in that game. Like, they got away from their game plan. Mahomes.
Is that Lamar, or is that the offensive play caller who they fired after the season and moved on, right?
No, they didn't fire him.
They didn't get rid of that guy?
No, Todd Monken's still there.
Yeah. He is?
He's their guy. But, I mean, like, that's just one of those games where, like, it's the opposite end of the conversation.
Well, they should have fired him.
With Mahomes, it's like he just always wins. But, like, we talked about the greatest bosses of all time. The final boss is always, like, going to be Mahomes. Like, he's the guy that, like, you have to be perfect. You have to know the little, like, ins and outs to get around it. And if you don't, you fall into the lava, like when Mario goes up against King Koopa. Like, if you don't wait for the right moment to attack, and you have to be successful, and you have to hold it, you don't win. And I don't know if, like,
I don't know what the conversation is because Mahomes hasn't ran into that type of guy that consistently. It's like when we were younger, it was always Elway.
Oh, I was watching Elway highlights for whatever reason I saw on Twitter, formerly X, yesterday. I don't know. Not that I forgot how good he was, and obviously it was a highlight package, but damn, that guy could sling the football, man.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's the conversation that other teams have now is that it's like, there can only be 1 second on the clock against Mahomes, and let alone people wouldn't even feel comfortable with that.
No, it has to be expired.
And I think the one thing that Mahomes does that kind of goes underestimated is that it kind of gives me the sort of topic of when we were in Little League, we would go up against those pitchers. You'd see him pitching on the side of the field before the game started. You'd be like, okay, this kid's humming it at like 85, and we're only 13.
Right.
And you're like, this is going to be tough. And it changes your mental aspect of the game, whereas like you want to be aggressive. You know, you got to sit back and see what this guy can do. Whereas, like, Mahomes, right out of the first drive, like, sticks Kelsey in the end zone. Kyle Hamilton can't play defense against him, and he's supposed to be this up-and-coming great safety out of Notre Dame. And then all of a sudden, Lamar's like, okay, I've got to be perfect now. And it's like that sort of mentality completely changes the way that quarterback is. It can take them from, like, a 97 overall, drop him right down to an 88 because of the impact Mahomes has immediately done, knowing that you have to be perfect against him in the playoffs.
And think about how that weighs on you all the time, no matter what it is in life. When you feel like you've got to be perfect at something, you're not.
It goes away.
You're not.
Yep.
He's been the voice of Chiefs Kingdom since 1994.
Williams, 20, stays in bounds, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City, Damian Williams runs to immortality!
Here's Mitch Holtis on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
That's right. You hear him every Friday at 7:25. It is brought to you by Silverstein Eye Centers. Achieve your best vision and experience outstanding patient care at Silverstein Eye Centers. And it's also brought to you by GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. We are now joined by that lovely sound of Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs. Mitch, we had a question earlier. Is there a quarterback before the game starts that goes up against these Kansas City Chiefs that gives you a little bit more butterflies than others?
Not with Mahomes on my side.
Yeah.
That used to be the case, but now it'd be Mahomes if he was on the other side.
Yeah.
And I don't say that to be arrogant, but I mean, we faced Josh Allen. I like Josh Allen. I think he's good. I respect him. But we've had the better quarterback ever since 2018 in that opening 3 games when he just told everybody, including the 49ers in game 3 that year, that the world is now totally different in the NFL. I know that sounds arrogant, but there's your answer. Yeah, the other thing, Dusty, I was monitoring you guys before I got on. I love it when you say really smart things. I love it. And you said a really smart thing because I'm going to take it a step further because you said in this same discussion that they get in the mind of the other quarterback. Like Brock Purdy is thinking, I'm playing Mahomes today. I've got to be nearly perfect. It also gets in the minds of the offensive coordinators we play and the head coaches.
Yeah.
If you're Atlanta, why don't you kick 2 field goals? You were going to win by 1. Nope, you go for it. 4th down twice and don't make it.
Yep.
That's the kind of decision where they haven't done that decision all year long, but against us, against the Chiefs, then they completely redo the thinking. So there you go. There's your answer. But I think you're onto something here. Again, I don't want it to sound like hubris. It's just what we're seeing every week.
Well, and I've said it for the last couple of years too, Mitch, when you look at the Chiefs and their opponent, the Chiefs are winning games on Tuesday because of the way that they're making these teams prepare for them and over-prepare for them and overthink, and they start thinking about stuff they don't need to be thinking about, and that's how the Chiefs are winning games too. They're kicking people's ass on Tuesday, and there's not even a game.
On the other side of that, they're also kicking butt in June. They're kicking butt in August. I said this before. They're kicking butt in May. The way Andy Reid approaches his offseason is there's really no offseason. He is so prepared for every one of these games and for the season and for whatever the season puts forward. Look at all the adversity we've faced yet this year. So, yes, on Tuesday for the opponent, but for the way that Andy Reid prepares, it's crazy for 11 months out of the year.
So, Mitch, we got a big one against San Francisco. Obviously, first one back from the bye, first meeting since the Super Bowl a couple of months ago. How much have these teams changed, both the Chiefs and the 49ers?
A lot. I think when you have these games, everybody thinks they compare it to the game in February, and it's crazy how the NFL can change in such a quick amount of time. Look at the Chiefs' offense. Look how we're relying now on, Kareem Hunt, Samaje Perine, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Xavier Worthy. None of those four humans played in Super Bowl 58. On the other side, it is the San Francisco defense. Guys, they lost 8 dudes on defense to free agency. 8. They have 4 guys that are on IR that are key guys. Everybody talks about Christian McCaffrey, and they should, and there's 7 main guys on IR for the 49ers right now, but 4 of those guys are on defense, Hufanga being the leading one. Now, he didn't play in the Super Bowl, but there's guys that played in the Super Bowl that are not going to play in this game because of injuries. And defensively, what they lost in the offseason, they're struggling on defense. They're 26th in the league now in points allowed. They lost, you guys, a 14-point lead to the Rams, who are struggling, and a 13-point lead at home to the Cardinals. Now, not all of that's defense, but when the stuff started to run downhill, the defense couldn't stop them.
You use a drum analogy to describe what San Francisco's got to do in this matchup against the Chiefs.
Were you in band, Dusty, in high school?
No, I wasn't a band guy.
You weren't that guy?
I wish I would have, because I'd have played either the bass guitar or the electric guitar.
Oh, yeah, you'd have been really good. Who's the cool kid playing the bass guitar at a concert? And Bob, did you play in the band?
Not in high school. I played the saxophone up until 8th grade and the piano up until about 8th grade.
I bet you were a menace on that saxophone.
You should see some of the videos my parents have. No shirt on, playing that California Raisin song and playing the saxophone on my back like Back to the Future, my man.
And fake tattoos.
Yes.
I got it. Okay, I played trumpet in the Smith Center Band for just 2 years. Gave it up after the sophomore year. That being said, think about the percussion session and think about the snare drummer. Think about a snare drummer just taking the drumstick, Dale. Did you touch my drumstick? And then just beat it. Like, just think of the beat. Like, tick, 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 tick. That's the San Francisco 49er offense. They so want to stay on schedule. They want to stay just on that beat. And if they stay on that beat, they'll beat you. If you go up and do the cymbal crash or your Will Ferrell and steal the drumsticks, they hate it. It throws them off. If they get thrown off just a tad, it happened in Super Bowl 54 and it happened in Super Bowl 58. Once the avalanche starts, they struggle to stop it. And we've seen it happen this year because they're not as good defensively. But when that offense is taken off the snare drum rhythm where they have to follow not a 15-play script, but a 30-play script, if you can pull them off that, especially early, you can wreak havoc with the 49ers. They're good. They're good, but they're also 3-3 for a reason. And I think, in my opinion, based on my study, that's what I've laid out for them. You get them off rhythm offensively. Defensively right now, they can't stop an avalanche. And then we haven't even got into special teams yet.
How do you get them off their game offensively?
You've got to do some unusual blitzing on first down, I think. The run fits have to be there. The Chiefs are great. I know that sounds coachy cliche, but Spags and that defensive staff and the whole staff have done a remarkable job. Think of who the Chiefs have faced. And with Mason in this game, looks like he's going to play. Jordan Mason's been really good. He wasn't a factor at all in Super Bowl 58, but he's good. They will have faced the number 1, 2, and 3 all-purpose runners in the NFL this year. We faced them all. Okay, you've got to win on first down. That's coach cliche, but sometimes you have to do some unusual things on first down and treat it like third down. And if you do and get them behind the chains or get them somehow off rhythm, then they don't like it. They want to get at least 4 to 5 on first down. That means they're going to do this on second down. That means they'll do this on third down if they ever get to third down. Very different from the Chiefs. The Chiefs have a script, too. They have a basic plan, but Andy Reid is a genius at taking a template but then adjusting all throughout the day. Not the 49ers. And I don't mean that as a criticism necessarily. It's just who they are. They're the snare drummer on the beat.
But not everybody's Andy Reid, though, too. I mean, like, that luxury that I think hopefully nobody's taken for granted, right? Like, having him on the sidelines and being the mastermind behind this gives our team such an advantage over everybody now in the NFL.
But Brock Purdy, and I hate the systems quarterback. I think it's too limiting. Brock Purdy's good. and he's having another good year. They're also having red zone troubles too. I mean, we got it 29th in the league. They're 24th in the league. But they're also number one. The 49ers are number one in offensive points scored. And that's taking points and taking away defensive scores and special team scores. They're number one in the league. But they hit the red zone and the wall goes up. But Brock Purdy is the snare drummer here. And that's what Kyle Shanahan wants in his quarterback. I'm not sure he would like Patrick Mahomes, but he's going to hand Patrick Mahomes a snare drum. And Patrick Mahomes is like, what's this? And he'll pull it off and pull out Dusty's bass guitar and the saxophone at the same time, right? And he's got the saxophone over his back and the bass guitar, or the lead guitar, humming it out. But the point is here, Purdy's perfect for the offense. He wants to stay right in rhythm, but you can try to do some unusual things. The other thing is the offense, the Chiefs putting pressure on the defense of the 49ers. That also puts pressure on the offense of the 49ers. I'm not saying getting ahead is essential, but it's helpful when you play a team like the 49ers. And then start the avalanche. You go back to Super Bowl 54, the two most underrated plays in that game are blowing up kickoff returns at the 19 and the 20. Because then Chris Jones was knocking down passes. They're having 40-second possessions, and they can't stop it. 49ers can't stop it. Same thing happens in Super Bowl 58 when you get to the overtime. And by the way, we'll get to special teams, I know. But you get them, you win on first down. Now all of a sudden you have a timed blitz. Spags waited to run the blitz at the perfect time when he sent McDuffie to get them off the field on third goal. In regular, the 49ers are going to run out the clock. And we don't have a ring or a parade or anything else, or T-shirts. A great blitz, timed perfectly by Spags, took them off the snare drum beat.
Mitch, before we get you out of here, I want to take you back to memory lane. You mentioned it earlier in the third season game of Mahomes' first year as a starter. What do you remember most about that amazing play and throw to Chris Conley in the corner of the end zone?
That the 49ers had a really good defense, and they go, we got him. It's Wile E. Coyote, got the Roadrunner wrapped around the tree and the Acme, stuff. And all of a sudden, where's he at? Where did he go? He was right here. Now he's over here. But wait a minute, he's over here. It was like he's three places at once, and then still had the vision to find Conley, ironically now with the 49ers back in the end zone. And that play where he pirouettes like three times, and it's funny to watch the video of the opponent's sideline after those kind of plays, or I've seen Mahomes do it now since 2018. They just shake their head. They throw their hands up and are like, what are we supposed to do? Nothing we could have done. And there's nothing on that instance where the 49ers could have done it. Let me just say this about special teams.
Yeah.
Think about special teams in Super Bowl 58. Muff punt, right, changes the game. Oh, wait a minute, block PAT. That was kind of big. All right. This year, the 49ers have been a mess on special teams. Can you win a game in special teams like this? Can. They've given up a 97-yard kickoff return to the Seahawks. They had a block punt against the Vikings. They have kicker issues. Both kickers are hurt. They've got Moody's hurt. Then they brought in Matthew Wright, who we brought in to fill in, remember, for Butker 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's 12 years old. I remember seeing him on the plane. And Mahomes was like, when we signed Tate Nagy, it was Matt's kid. He's a great quarterback this year for Blue Valley West. Big game tonight, by the way. Tate's a really good athlete. But he was like, I don't know, freshman year. But that's what this kid looks like. Now he's hurt. But they're giving up block kicks. They're giving up returns. The Chiefs could absolutely dominate this game in special teams in every part of that. That could be a tipping point in this game.
All right, Mitch, enjoy the trip to San Francisco. Come back 6-0, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Snare drum, boys. Go take it. Be Will Ferrell. Take the drumsticks and come home with a win.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Mitch, for the time. That's Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Silverstein Eye Centers. Achieve your best vision and experience. Outstanding patient care at Silverstein Eye Centers, brought to you by GEHA as well. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. I like that, like the little snare drum analogy. Doesn't Will Ferrell also do something to the drum set? Okay, I thought so. I thought he did something besides steal the sticks. I'm surprised he loves that. That's like the third time he's referenced Step Brothers on this show.
I was going to ask that. I think that's at least the second.
I'm impressed by that he likes that movie that much.
Maybe it's the only one he's ever seen.
No.
I can't.
But I've heard Mitch reference that movie. I love that. And I like that he said I had a smart comment. I don't get to hear that very often in my life. Normally it's a smart ass comment. This one was a actual intelligence smart. So appreciate you, Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Kansas City Chiefs. You can hear Mitch Holtis on this station on Sunday on 96.5 The Fan as they take on the San Francisco 49ers in a rematch of the Super Bowl. Bob is going to ruin a song that I love that I had no idea what the meaning of is. We will get to that on the other side. Here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, it is your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
All righty, then. It is week 7 of the NFL season, and you know what? FanDuel has got you covered because the NFL season continues, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. And, of course, the Chiefs are taking on the 49ers this weekend. How about, an anytime touchdown featuring Kareem Hunt over the rushing yards for Kareem Hunt as well, and Patrick Mahomes, of course, over the passing yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/610Bob to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
You could be on the 50 at GEHA Field for the official coin toss at a Chiefs home game this season. Enter to win at Chiefs.com/GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Kansas City loves ribs. Smoky, savory, sweet, fall-off-the-bone ribs for just $15 or 2 for $25. You can grab a full slab of baby back ribs at Hy-Vee every Saturday and Sunday. Perfect for your tailgate or watch party. Add baked beans, potato salad, and coleslaw, then kick back and leave the cooking to us. Hy-Vee has your back with a full slab of ribs for just $15 or 2 for $25 every Saturday and Sunday only at Hy-Vee. Limited time offer while supplies last.
I love watching the Chiefs score points. Now I have even more reason to cheer on the Chiefs. I just head to Hy-Vee the day after any game and score savings at the pump with my Hy-Vee Perks card. Win or lose, I earn a fuel saver discount equal to the Chiefs score based on the amount I spend. If the Chiefs score 42 points, I save 42 cents a gallon when I spend $42. The more we score, the more I save. Only at Hy-Vee. Offer good in-store and online. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
What's up, Kansas City? It's Mitchell Schwartz. You know, there's nothing easier to enjoy than watching the Chiefs with some wings and an ice-cold Bud Light. And Buffalo Wild Wings is serving up both for every game, all season long. Join me at the Buffalo Wild Wings located at 137th and Metcalf in Overland Park on Friday, October 18th. I'll be there with the crew from 6 to 8 p.m. celebrating the back-to-back Super Bowl champs while eating some wings and drinking $5 Bud Lights. Nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. For more details, go to 965thefan.com. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Right now, 38 states allow sports betting, including 7 of Missouri's neighboring states. Amendment 2 gives Missouri sports fans the freedom to bet on games too, and that will generate over $100 million for our schools. Amendment 2 is endorsed by the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and Missouri's 2 biggest newspapers, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Kansas City Star. Here's Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith asking you to vote yes on 2.
Back in my day, I was the wizard of the infield. Now, I'm a grandfather. That's why I'm voting yes on Amendment 2. It means over $100 million for Missouri schools and teachers, and no more broken promises. There's a constitutional guarantee that the money goes to our schools, and legalizing sports betting is great for us fans too. That's why the Royals, Chiefs, Blues, and Cardinals all join me in saying yes on Amendment 2.
Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
Some
people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane?
Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 71 northbound slow rolling between 87th up towards Gregory. In Lee Summit, US 50 westbound starting to slow approaching 470. You hit slowdowns a little past 3rd Street. And then you're sluggish in Belton, northbound 49 around 163rd. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
What a great song. I love this jam. I listened to it on the way home yesterday.
Did you really?
Swear to God. I don't mean to swear to G. I apologize, Lord. Please forgive me.
That's all right.
But yeah, I love the song. It always reminds me of Man of the House with Jonathan Taylor Thomas and Chevy Chase.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, Return to the Innocence.
Were you jamming as hard to that as you were this morning to 90s country?
Dude, Mac and I pulled up at the same time, and I was listening to Clay Walker. I Know What Love Is, What's It to You? 90s country jam.
90s country wasn't bad, man.
That was good. It was the best.
Dude,
Yeah.
I had windows down, saw Mac walk by the car, and just cranked it and just sang every word, air guitared it.
Yeah, 90s country, that was my first job, country music station. So you hear all of those country songs, and they kind of remind you of the better days, pre-2000, pre-Y2K, when everybody thought the world was going to end, right? And
Yeah,
then here we
thanks,
sit
Kenny
now,
Chesney.
right? Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that song, funny enough, comes on in the car the other day, and it's me and my wife in the front seat, and my daughter in the back seat, and the song comes on, and my wife says to me, "Do you remember that song?" And I'm like, I ignored her for obvious reasons that we'll get to in a second, and I'm just sitting there pretending I don't hear it. So she says it again. Do you remember that song?
Like, oh, God, now I got to respond.
To which I still don't respond, and I just could pretend like I didn't hear her.
Seriously?
Yeah, right?
Why are you such a Richard?
Well, I'll tell you here in a second. And then so she asks the third time, do you remember that song? To which my daughter finally says, yes, he remembers the song. You had sex to it every day on your honeymoon. And I'm like,
good God. Did you really?
It was our 10th anniversary.
So you're a music sex guy?
Well, we were at a hotel, and like they had one of those channels that, we were on vacation, and the hotel channel that just repeats itself over and over again,
Yeah.
And that song was just kind of like on repeat the whole week. And so it just kind of became one of those, type of things, like we just kind of ha, ha, ha. But I was not answering the question for a reason. We had our daughter in the back seat, and I didn't want to really get into it at that point in time on a Tuesday or whenever it was.
Probably Tuesday.
Probably. And or maybe I think it was Wednesday. And so my daughter finally goes, yes, he knows what the song means. My God, stop asking him, Mom. We don't want to talk about it. Like, I think it kind of, grosses out the children or whatever.
So
they
the
just roll their
song
eyes
is
at it.
about sex, or the song just is when you were having sex?
No, when we were. Yeah, I have no idea what the song's about.
Now you associate it.
See, I thought yesterday.
And I associate it with being on my 10-year anniversary with my wife.
So I thought you meant that song, because I was listening to this song yesterday and I was just thinking about sex on the way home. I was like, you got to be strong. You got to be return to innocence. Like, am I innocent?
Oh, I don't know what
sex?
the meaning of that song is. I never really thought about it. But when it was like on repeat at the hotel TV channel, it's like
yeah,
over and over and over again. Right?
There are songs though that, like, Return of the Mac will always remind. Like Specs said last week on the roundtable, he played that song when his wife was giving birth. Like, I would just like that's just interesting.
That's a strange one to play. It's a great song, maybe the greatest of all time. People would say. I know Ryan Lefevre has claimed it is the greatest song of all time, and if he says it, then I'm buying it. So, but no, Return of the Mac is one of the great songs of all time. And Mark Morrison, right? Is that Mac Morrison or Mark? No, it's Mark Morrison. I think it's Mark Morrison. It's Mac Morey. Mac Morrison. Whoever sings it.
Mac's awesome.
Yeah, he really is. So I'll look it up right now and see.
Yeah, it is Mark Morrison.
It is? Okay. Yeah, Mark Morrison. Yeah. So, I don't know what that song means, but I just know it was on, and every day, every moment of every day when we were on our 10-year honeymoon.
From the 515, that song is Return to Innocence.
That's right.
It's now on those commercials. If you stay up late enough and you're like trying to fall asleep, it's those infomercials like a sound of 90s sweet songs. Who can remember Return to Innocence? No, we did this one time, Mac. You're familiar with this now that you've done the show. We used to do out of left field questions on After Hours.
Yeah.
And one of mine one time was, what's a song that as you got older you found out the definition or like the meaning of the song?
meaning of later
and
in
the
life,
one that blew me away.
Mary Jane's Last Dance.
Well, yeah. To me, it was Like a Prayer by Madonna.
Recently for me too.
I was blown away. Julio was producing.
Great, one of my favorite songs of all time.
And I was like, because Semi Charm Kind of Life by Third Eye
That's
Blind,
another one, yeah.
I was like, oh, this song's about crystal meth. Okay.
And then because they had the radio edit back in the day.
You told me that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And I'm thinking to myself, like, oh, I didn't know that, but I knew like most of the words of that song. I'm singing it. It was a popular song when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And then Julio's like, I got one for you. And I'm like, what's that? And he's like a prayer. And I was like, what? The religious song? He goes, oh, no.
Oh,
Dusty.
no.
In the midnight hour, I can feel your power.
Yeah.
Just like a prayer, I'll take you there.
It's such a great song, though. I mean, it is such a great song.
Yeah.
Are you singing it back there, Mac? What are you doing?
I was singing it,
Yeah. Okay. Well, why don't you play it? It's okay.
I'll pull it up.
You can play it. It's good. It's a really, really good song. And sometimes you don't want to know the meanings of songs. Because like some people get way too into the meaning of like the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald by, what's his name?
What's weird too is that when I was in college in Warrensburg, the Tri Sigmas, the ladies, whenever that song would play, they would all stand up like on the bar or on the tables and they would all sing that song word for word. If I'd have known now what I didn't know then,
yeah, right.
Boy, I'd have been.
Isn't that a song too?
Toby Keith.
Yep.
R.I.P. But like that's like if I'd have known that, I'd be like, hey, there's the key right there.
Right. Turn it up. I mean, it's a great like workout song too. Crank that treadmill to 7, brother, when I hear this one come on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
An angel sighting.
Sighing.
What? It's a sighting.
Is it sighting?
Sighing would be weird. An angel sighing in the midnight hour, feeling that power.
That's right.
She's literally doing that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Close your eyes.
When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there.
Please. I always knew Madonna was a freak, man.
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, God, yes.
Lourdes, wasn't that her name?
I don't know, man. I'll
Such
get
a
there.
good song.
I'll get there at 7:53 in the morning.
I would have to say it's probably one of the top 10 songs of all time. It is so good.
Now that you know what it means, you
is
love
so good. I don't even care what it means. It's just a great song.
It's a bop.
Crank it again.
Oh, Lord. I guess she's really into it. You got to put a ring on that lady right there.
Is this her number one song?
Nah, Like a Virgin.
See, I'm not a Like a Virgin fan compared to this.
She
one.
went from Like a Virgin to Like a Prayer.
Like that. Yeah, she did. Yeah.
She found out and loved it.
Like, how do you not dance? Like, we're all dancing to this thing. You can watch us on the YouTubes.
This song is not about religion. It's about sex.
Did somebody think it was
Just
about
ask
religion?
Madonna, and she'll tell you what's next. Yeah. Brutal. Give the Dog a Bone by AC/DC. Found out what that was, yeah. One of my exes found out what You Shook Me All Night Long meant. I was like, how did you not know what that meant? We were listening to it in an Uber. She's like, this is my dad's favorite song. I'm like, well.
That's another great song, though, too.
Yeah. She wasn't like a virgin after that song. No, sir, Daddy. No, sir.
No.
Somebody says Pumped Up Kids by Foster the People.
Yeah,
brutal
that's
song.
a brutal song. Yeah,
Yep.
even my kids are like, stop playing that song. I'm like,
That's such
all
a
right.
great album. Shout out to Laszlo for breaking them into the city. That album is fantastic. Houdini's on that album. Foster the People, man. That might be a patio. I got a patio night tonight, boys.
A little
First time in a long
cold,
time.
I know.
Yeah. That'll be all right. I got some bourbon.
Yep.
Warms you right up.
It really does.
So does that song. Coming up on the other side, it is my favorite part of the show. Unfortunately, we have to wait till Friday, but we get to what's in the script this weekend here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Fescoe and Dusty and Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, it's not a shame to say, hey, man, I got some issues with ED. I need to get it fixed. What do I do? Well, my friend at Heartland Men's Health can help you out with that because we know ED causes an emotional toll on relationships and it impacts a man's confidence and self-esteem, which are all true tragedies of erectile dysfunction. That's why you need to get treated if you have ED. At Heartland Men's Health, they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men right here in Kansas City. So do yourself a favor. If you're suffering from ED, schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these amazing game day specials. 14-inch 2-topping pizzas for just $12 and $4 domestic OP cups. The other place with 5 great Kansas City Metro locations.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Calling all Kansas City football fans to downtown Las Vegas. Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at Overhang Bar with 96.5 The Fan for our pregame tailgates on Fridays with drink specials and giveaways, including a pair of game day tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sportsbook or lounge in the center of it all at America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your Huddle Up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
What does it mean to be the official information technology provider to the Chiefs? It means everything. Technology Group Solutions makes sure everything runs flawlessly for the millions of fans that attend games and the hundreds of millions of fans that comprise Chiefs Kingdom around the world. Technology Group Solutions can deploy that same dedication, problem solving, and incredible service to ensure your business runs smoothly. Technology Group Solutions, powering Chiefs Kingdom, and ready to do the same for you.
Hey friends, it's noisy out there with information coming at us all day, every day. It's hard to know what to trust, and the world of wealth management is no exception. That's why UMB Private Wealth Management helps you tune out the noise and tune into what matters most. They'll create a financial plan based on your unique goals, so it's your voice that comes through loud and clear. Get financial clarity. Go to umb.com/private wealth to schedule an appointment. That's umb.com/private wealth.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service, East Side, 435 southbound past Raytown Road. There's an accident blocking the left lane, and it's keeping things solid now, back coming down from 40 Highway. Pretty heavy to get through that. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
What's up? It's Patrick Mahomes. Catch me every Monday during the season with C-Dog right here on your home of the Chiefs. 96.5, The Fan.
KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
I am pretty certain we've got our music knowledge out of the way as we continue to roll through. It's already 8 o'clock, fellas. Sun's finally coming up on a Friday. Red Friday here on 96.5 The Fan. Chiefs Niners 325 game of the week across the lovely United States of America. Captain Jack by Billy Joel. Is that song about alcohol or heroin?
No, yeah, that's another one.
It's heroin, right?
Yeah, it's about
one
drugs.
final push.
Yeah.
And you'll be flying or whatever it is. This is my favorite segment. This is one that is self-deprecating, egotistical, brutal.
Boy, if we
fun.
get it right, we're like, yeah. If we get it wrong, we're like, we're idiots.
It's great either way.
So let's fire it up. Let's get into the script.
It's all brought to you by Foaling. Don't forget, every Friday in October, free Foaling Fridays. And my wife just said, I think I'm going to have my 50th birthday party at Foaling. So if you want to have a Foaling party, feel free to book some lanes, foal around and find
that
out.
one. I'm Ubering to that party.
Yeah, all right.
Jen turns 50. You better believe I'm coming with just a bow tie and no shirt.
That's fine. She'll love it. Actually, you have to wear 50s gear, I think, if she wants everybody to dress like they're going to be like in their 50s or from the 50s.
From the 50s, okay.
From the 50s. Like
so I can dress like I was in the movie Grease?
Yeah.
Like doo-woppy?
Yeah, doo-woppy. Yeah, that kind of thing. Poodle skirts and, your tight shirts with your cigarettes rolled up in your sleeve, the
now get in there and make me some food,
thing.
damn it. You see? Get in there. You're
That's
late.
the 20s.
Oh, okay.
The 1920s, back when Josh was 50.
I'm just gonna Eddie Haskell that party.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
My God,
yeah.
Mrs. Sanderson, you look really beautiful. Your eyebrows really pop with your hairstyle today.
That's exactly right. I love playing the role of Eddie Haskell. My mother-in-law calls me that. I don't know why. So anyway, what's in the script brought to you by Foaling over at 435 and State Line. All right, I'm going to get this thing started. Here's what's going to happen on Sunday. Sunday. The 49ers will receive. They'll move right down the field. They'll grab an early lead. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, the 49ers will have an early lead. It will be one of two drives where the 49ers come away with points. Travis Kelce, still being compared to George Kittle for whatever reason, will have a good day. He'll get about 80 yards receiving and a touchdown. The star of the offense, though, Kareem Hunt. He will make the red zone offense finally click after the last 2 years of that red zone offense riding that struggle bus, man. Hunt will also get close to 30 carries in the game as the Chiefs are trying to mask for that kind of lack of wide receivers at this point in time. Worthy will have one big play over 20 yards. Noah Gray will grab a red zone touchdown as well. And Chris Jones will come up with a late sack of Brock Purdy to ice the game for Kansas City as they move to 6-0.
Not mad about it. Macadoodle, you want to get into your script?
Let's do it. All right, so this game screams to me an Xavier-worthy breakout. So when we play this team, I feel like we got a lot of motions, a lot of window dressing. Nick Bosa's looking one way, then the ball's going the other way. We're keeping him out of the game, right? We're keeping that defense thinking way too much.
So are the referees.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. All the holding that the
That's
refs
right.
didn't call, exactly. But who plays well against this team on the Chiefs historically? Well, McCole Hardman. I think now that's going to be Xavier-worthy, kind of filling in to that Hardman role, jet sweeps, eye candy, a lot of speed in those motions. He's got at least 70 yards and a touchdown with one big play. And then Kareem Hunt, you heard it from Bob. I think he's going to have a nice day as well. We'll start the convo actually about what we do with him once Pacheco comes back. I think that's how well Kareem Hunt will look.
That's going to be the conversation on Monday. And that's a good conversation to have because, when the Chiefs won that first Super Bowl, they didn't have one running back. They had multiple running backs. And that's what you need in this league is you see with the injuries that mount up and guys get old, like, Carson Steele fumble. So you need as many opportunities and options that you can have at that running back position. Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco together are going to be nice.
It's a damn good 1-2 punch, and they need multiple iterations of this Chiefs offense. Well, that's just another one thunder and some more thunder. And I think in a plot twist, the Chiefs' run defense looks maybe the worst it has, which is a damn high bar. But I think they're actually going to allow 70 yards on the ground, which isn't a lot. I just think they're actually going to get 70 yards allowed. Debo will have a good run, and Brock Purdy will throw a pick near the end of the game to Justin Reed. Chiefs win 24-20.
Did you guys see the tweet that Justin Reed put on X yesterday? Oh my goodness, it was so good. I'm gonna read it to you word for word if I can find it because I did retweet it yesterday. Justin Reed, I just want every opponent I play to turn on the tape and know that I will lay the hammer down on you every chance I get.
Did Mitch Holtis hack his account?
Justin Reed can go out there and destroy some people this weekend out in San Francisco.
Love it.
No better task than this weekend when he gets Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, and George Kittle. So
that's right.
Live up to the hype. My script is a little bit similar to both, but it is my own, and I stand on it. I, like Bob, think San Francisco gets early points because the Chiefs always seem to give up a first drive touchdown or field goals, and then the Chiefs respond with points in this game. It'll be Mahomes to many targets this game. I think this is one of those mini target games of Patrick Mahomes. I think 7 different people have a reception. Kareem Hunt is big in this game, but it's not until the late third, early fourth. I look at this game as let my starter get me to 7 and let my bullpen clean it up. I think that Kareem Hunt can be that guy that you bring your closer in the 8th.
When was the last time a starter went 7 in baseball these days?
Garrett Cole, game 5, or game 4, whatever it was. But no, I think that the Kareem Hunt gets big and gets going late into the third and then most of the fourth, and that's where you see a lot of his yards take over. I like this D-line to get at least 2.5 sacks total, with 95 getting at least 1.5 sacks this weekend. I also think this is another game where we see the Chamari Connors disguised Spagnuolo blitz late sack in the game against Brock Purdy, and I do believe the Chiefs win this game. I believe it's close till the end. 24-13, Chiefs beat the Niners.
All righty. Bob, we got a score from you?
35-0.
Yeah, as I say, you should know that.
Yeah, my fault.
Thanks
Surprised
for
it wasn't
listening.
60.
Yeah. Nope, 35-0.
35-0. No,
That is-
35-2. They get a late safety
Oh.
in this game. Yeah. No, I mean 35-6. They'll miss the extra point or something like that. Early on because every
They
team
don't have a kicker.
No, every team scores early on against the Chiefs. Like Spagnuolo is the ultimate tease, right? All right, we got something working. Yeah, that's the last time you're going to see our side of the field. Like it's not even don't let them in the red zone. Like Spags doesn't even allow these teams to cross midfield after that first drive. So they'll get something on the first drive, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, and the Chiefs will play from behind as they always do, and they'll find a way to win this thing. And I don't think it's going to be one that we're going to be sweating out a lot, but maybe we will because we sweat out every game now here in Kansas City.
I didn't really sweat that game out last week.
No, not last week.
true.
No,
Last
the
week,
New
yeah.
Orleans game you didn't really sweat.
Chargers
out.
game,
Yeah.
I was just like, of course, Justin Herbert's going to play like a machine on one leg.
Yeah.
And he did. He was decent.
No, this should be a fun one. It's got obviously the Super Bowl rematch, which really doesn't matter, but that's how it's going to be billed. Then you got Tom Brady calling the game this weekend, which is obviously big to see, how he's going to handle his childhood team versus the guy who could take away the greatest of all time from Tom Brady. So I think there's a lot of intriguing things, with this game this weekend, and it's the only game on in that 325 window on Fox, so the entire country is going to be settled in watching the Chiefs and the 49ers.
Yeah, we should all give Tom Brady a grade on Monday.
We can.
Yeah, but I think everybody wants him to be bad, right? Like, and I wonder if people can allow him to be good, right?
I don't know. Everybody wants to be bad.
I think people are rooting against him because I think so many people liked Greg Olson, right?
Oh, yeah,
as both
awesome.
a broadcaster and a person. And I think there's a lot of people that feel he got screwed. The other thing is they're paying Tom Brady $375 million to do this job, right? Okay? And we all resent people who make a lot of money. It's the American way. But Tom Brady's getting paid $375 million over 10 years to do this job. Mm-hmm. And he's not even really able to do the job because he now owns the Raiders. So he really can't participate in any of the stuff that actually is the job of talking to the coaches and going to the practice and all that kind of stuff. How good can Tom Brady be compared to the other color analysts that are getting that insightful inside information that I do believe helps them in their broadcasts? So it's interesting to see how that is all going to play out. I think the NFL probably at the end of the year needs to tell Tom Brady, you need to do one or the other here. I know you already bought into the Raiders, so how about you give this TV thing a break so we can have people that can actually do the job to their best of their ability in the broadcast booth.
I'm okay if Tom's good. I mean, we don't really don't have a lot of good color commentators. Like you mentioned Greg Olson. I think Trent Green's pretty good with Kevin Harlan, but we don't really get a lot of him because they get a lot of noon games due to Kevin's schedule.
Right.
Because he does Monday Night Football, and then once basketball starts, he's everywhere. Mark Sanchez hasn't been great.
No.
But it'll be interesting to see how Tom Brady is against Patrick Mahomes in a game like where he's going to have to call a game where he's like, man, I literally just gave this guy the torch.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm watching him against my childhood team in my childhood state, like, do this.
I want to see Tom be good as well. I mean, I look
I'm not
around
rooting
and
against him to be
no,
bad,
but
though.
I think people are rooting against Tom Brady because it's Tom Brady, right? Like, this guy's got everything: supermodel wives, facelifts. You know, I
think rooting against him as opposed to not giving him a chance, I think is the not giving him a chance. I think is where it's at because my late great mother, she even said, she goes, I can't stand that effing Tom Brady. Like that was what she would always say. But I think that's where we're at. Like I think with Tom Brady, it's like everyone knows that like what he was and who he is and what he did to the Chiefs. So it's like, does that sort of thing kind of eat at you? To me, it doesn't, because now it's like, well, yeah, you might have done that, to the Chiefs. You can't do that anymore, and now you have to watch it all unfold and maybe take over what your dynasty was. So to me, I'm interested to see how he talks about the Chiefs, because I think for a while we were interested in how Romo could like predict what was going to happen, or if he was, this guy's going to come down here, Jim. They're going to throw a screen, and then he's going to try to get a block from this guy, and then you watch the play, and you're like, he nailed that.
Yeah.
And that was, to me, the cool part about Romo.
Yep.
Now it's like overly modulated and it's ran its course and gotten stale.
He's not doing that anymore.
Because he's not doing his homework, according to CBS.
Right, exactly.
At least last year. So Tom Brady, who I think at the start of his broadcasting career, which I think we do this in radio too, you kind of over-prepare. And you think you got to get to every single point, otherwise it's not successful. You might hit on something that's very, very intriguing, just stick with it, and less can be more. It's like Costa Vida burritos. Great place. You don't need all the toppings they present. Less is more in a place like that. With Tom Brady in this game, just relax. Act like you're on the sideline watching the game unfold, but you're speaking to millions.
Yeah, and I think when you start to think about some of the good color analysts that are out there and who's really, really at the top of their game, look, I know people don't like Chris Collinsworth, but he's really good. I mean, he's really, really good at what he does. I think Kirk Herbstreit's fantastic as well. The fact that he can juggle both the college and the pro game and be very good on both of those broadcasts. I think Kirk Herbstreit's a really good color commentator for all of this. Troy Aikman, I'm not a huge fan of.
I like Troy a lot.
You do like Troy?
Past few years.
Yeah.
Didn't like him before. I think he's gotten a lot better.
He's gotten better.
See, he criticizes the refs now.
Yeah, that is true. He does do that,
yeah,
which Tom's not allowed to do.
Exactly.
He's not allowed to do that. And that's where I wonder, like, can you effectively do this job? Because as we know, look, as much as we don't want them to be, the referees are a big part of these games now in the NFL. Everybody's focused on the referees, especially when it involves the Chiefs. They all believe that the referees are out here making these calls for the Chiefs. Will Tom Brady be able to say, boy, that was a really bad call by Carl on the field on Sunday? Or is he not allowed to even say that? Because the referees do play an impact in this game. We hear it in every game, whether it's Jacksonville and New England doing their thing on Sunday in London.
Monday night was clouded by referee.
Yeah, like so it's a part of the game. As much as we don't want them to be, Officials are a major part of this game. And what's that going to do for Tom Brady? Is it going to leave, Kevin Burkhardt in there just to rip the officials by himself and throw it to Tom Rinaldi, who's going to try to rip him on the field, or Aaron Andrews? It's not going to work that way. So I think you're putting Tom Brady in a situation that's not winnable for Tom Brady at this point.
Our intriguing games of the weekend and what we are covering in our Cover 2 coming up on the other side on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. It is your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
All right, week 7 of the NFL season continues, and I'll tell you what, there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. And let's look at the Chiefs and 49ers this weekend. How about a same-game parlay? Kareem Hunt with an anytime touchdown. Go with Kareem Hunt over the rushing yards as well. And, of course, you're going to take Patrick Mahomes over the passing yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/610Bob to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and our hotline is open. Annie from Kansas City, what's on your mind?
I want a dealership that I can trust for a lifetime. Is that you?
We're Google's highest review-rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. That's a good start.
I just want a great deal, that's all.
How about 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models? That'll get you a low monthly payment. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Google highest review-rated Subaru retailer in Kansas City based on 2023 Google Analytics.
Dick Ray, he's your cooling magician. Dick Ray is a man on a mission. When it's hot and humid, your AC's failing and it's causing quite the fuss. There's an AC expert you know that you can trust. He's there for us. Call Dick Ray, he's your cooling magician.
Hey, it's Dick Ray. Clear your mainline drain, only $79. Call 913-DICK-RAY.
Our favorite reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler? Free service for life with no fine print. That's right. When you buy your engagement ring or any piece of jewelry at Diamonds Direct, you will never have to pay a dime in the future for sizing, cleaning, or routine maintenance. At Diamonds Direct, there's no gotcha clause, no fine print, no looking for ways to void the warranty. Diamonds Direct, the jeweler you can trust with a no questions asked 100% free lifetime warranty with no strings attached. Come see us to learn more.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Who else does this? There's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where Scale Marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Using the Labor Day weekend to get some work done? We got you. Stop by any store to save on oil, fuel system cleaner, wipers, and more. Looking for an end of summer wash? We've got deals for that too. Don't want to leave the garage? Get same-day delivery on AutoZone.com. Do Labor Day your way by getting something done at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side, 435 southbound past Raytown Road. An accident in the 2 left lanes keeps you very slow, just crawling coming down from well before 40 Highway. Building delays quickly towards 23rd Street. Kansas side, 435 southbound past Midland. The right lane blocked with an accident. Delays from Johnson Drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Right back in here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Before we get into our intriguing games of the weekend, Bob's going to give you something that is intriguing for today and today only.
Yeah, free foaling Fridays all October long. Every Friday from 2 to 6. Get in early and get foaling just before 6 o'clock, and it is free. They'll have rotating drink specials, seasonal selections for the fall. You got a larger group, you want to reserve some space, do so on their website, foalingkc.com. So free foaling every Friday in October. Just telling you heard it right here on 96.5 The Fan, and you can foal for free, baby.
This is a topic that has nerd written all over it because Mac's number one intriguing matchup over the weekend. Mac, take it away. This is all you, my man.
No, wait. This is actually a surprise. I think Bob is the one that said this.
Well, it's intriguing for one reason and one reason only. Is Doug Peterson getting fired after this game? And it's Jacksonville versus New England in London. Obviously, it's the early game. If I'm up, I'll flip it on, obviously. But it's not going to be. Oh, I will be. But, you know, if I'm out running shirtless or something on Sunday morning, you know, through the neighborhood,
I'll probably win this game like 13-10.
13-10. I still think you keep him. You don't. Okay. I don't think you fire him after a win. Right, and it's really weird that New England is playing in Old England. How about that as well, too? You know, you think the British people are going to be rooting for New England because it's got England in the name?
No, because they're revolutionary, like American soldiers.
Oh, you think they'll be scared? Like like we're attacking? Like you're going to see the Patriots in there taking care of business in London?
But get your redcoats.
Yeah, exactly. Like the redcoats are coming, man. So you got New England and Jacksonville. It's intriguing just because I want to know if Jacksonville loses, is this it for Doug Peterson?
Yes,
you know?
1,000%.
But who are you going to hire? You know, Jacksonville is still in that kind of, you know, like we fire a guy, hire a guy, fire a guy, hire a guy, fire a guy, hire a guy. Like that's part of the reason why they're a disaster right now is because they just can't figure it out from that head coaching standpoint. But Doug Peterson, too, also, like, that guy has fallen so far. I kind of feel bad for him. The man won a Super Bowl and basically has become irrelevant since winning that Super Bowl. Philadelphia got rid of him, then he sat out a year, and now he's coaching Jacksonville, took them to the playoffs, one of the great comebacks in the postseason, and they haven't done anything since that playoff game basically here in Kansas City and haven't won in almost a year or won one time in a year since last Thanksgiving. So I don't want to say you have to fire Doug Peterson, but that's the way the NFL works, man. And if they lose to the Patriots of all teams, there's a good chance that, Monday morning, Doug Peterson is looking for work, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have an interim head coach.
Is there a coach in the NFL that has more than one Super Bowl trophy other than Reed?
Currently coaching.
Tomlin's only got one, right?
Tomlin has the
Harbaugh
one.
only
Harbaugh has one.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the
McVay
Chiefs and the
won.
Patriots,
zero.
not many people have. No, McVay's got one.
McVay's got one.
Yeah, one.
But I mean, it's McVay, Harbaugh, your boy
Tomlin.
last night.
And Sean Payton.
Those are the only coaches inside the NFL right now that have Super Bowl rings. Doug Peterson.
We got Doug Peterson.
So I mean, Tomlinson hasn't really won us anything significant since he won one. There's really Tomlin, yeah.
Yeah, and still since he inherited a great team. Yeah.
It's interesting because we say that about Doug Peterson having one Super Bowl, but no one else outside of the names, unless I'm missing one, I don't think I am.
Continues to prove my point. All of
Yeah.
these coaches in the NFL are irreplaceable parts. They all suck. They really do. There's 5 or 6 good coaches in this league. The rest are just average replaceable parts.
I guess McCarthy has one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going through to the teams. That's interesting. Now that Belichick's out, there's only one. Only one multiple
Andy's
Super Bowl?
the only
Yeah.
one with multiple Super Bowl championships.
That just shows you the dominance that two teams have had over the last 20 years.
I know, and everybody thinks the NFL has got parity in it, right? It doesn't. Not at all. No parity in the NFL. Baseball has parity. The NFL does not. But the NFL sells hope better than baseball does, makes it feel like there's parity in the league. But at the end of the day, it's either the Chiefs or Patriots that are standing on top.
Does Tomlin have two? He got the one against Arizona.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there another one that I'm missing?
I don't think so.
Text line says Tomlin has two. But I'm trying to think of the other one that he would have.
Who would they have beaten?
Because who did Cowher beat in his final Super Bowl with
that was in Detroit. They beat Seattle.
Yeah.
And then Tomlin took over. They beat Arizona. Yeah, they haven't won one since then. No.
I was going to say.
That's it.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
Someone says Tomlin has two with Big Ben. There's no. I don't.
No, he doesn't.
No.
He inherited a great team and he won, and it hasn't done
He's
that
got
since.
one Super Bowl though, right?
Yeah.
You looked it up.
Yes, I just looked it up.
Yeah. So no, he doesn't have two. So yeah, it's interesting. Let's see here. Another intriguing.
Harbaugh hasn't done anything in a decade and a half either.
Beat his brother with the lights out.
Yeah.
On the football field.
Right.
Detroit at Minnesota is intriguing.
Well, Google's saying, yeah.
He does have two?
They're saying yes, too.
So you're wrong.
So you looked it up, and yet you're still wrong.
Wait,
okay. Yeah, no, he has 2 appearances. Why does Google do that? No, he has 2 appearances. He does not have 2 rings.
Okay.
Who do they lose to in the Super Bowl?
Packers.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers beat him.
Oh, that's Aaron
2011.
Rodgers.
Yep.
Okay, that's so long ago. It doesn't matter.
Detroit, Minnesota is interesting and intriguing as well. Sam Darnold off the bye, Minnesota 5-0, and they get the heavily high-powered offense of Detroit. I just saw their offensive coordinator on Good Morning Football. They took his press conference. By the way, did you see Dan Campbell's press stand where he was at?
Dude,
No.
what is
Why
with
did
the podium?
he looked like Honey, I Shrunk the Coach.
Oh, no, I did not see
Oh,
that.
God, I'll
Oh,
show
God.
it. It's
All right.
crazy. It's
funny.
like they dropped off like a U-Haul truck, and he gave the speech from there.
Oh.
But Detroit, Minnesota, this is our first big northern battle, right? I know that we'll get Packers and Bears and oh my and all
Those
that.
are fringe teams, though. These are the real teams in the NFC North.
So far, I think Packers are good. I think they're going to be
Really
great because
good.
Jordan Love looks like he's ready to go and make a march for the MVP. But this game's intriguing as all hell. I mean, Detroit, Minnesota rivalry matchup could be 65 points on the board in this game. Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yes.
This could get good. This game could be really. Is it a nooner?
I think this is a nooner.
That's a great nooner. Cincy at Cleveland is the obvious here because Burrow can't beat the Browns and Nick Chubb's back and they can't stop the run.
I don't know why this game's on the list.
Yeah, Nick Chubb's back, and I mean, if they lose, the season's over. If Bengals lose, the season's over.
That's tough that the rest of their games are literally win or go home for the rest of the year.
For the rest of the year. Yeah, it's playoff football the rest of the way for Cincinnati. Yeah.
I do think it's intriguing because Burrow literally cannot beat the Browns. It's in Cleveland. And Nick Chubb's back, and the Cincinnati Bengals can't stop the run.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Nick Chubb's going to, for fantasy people, I know you'll talk about it.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
I don't know if he's going to get 20 carries. I think they're going to ease him in.
Me too. Jerome Ford's good.
But they're also without Amari Cooper, who is the all-time target leader in that team. We'll see if Jerry Jeudy can do anything for that offense. But, I mean, if it's me, I would take Cincinnati, and I'd lay the points.
Cleveland's in give-up mode right now.
Yeah, oh yeah. You talk about teams that this is the week where the white flag gets waved.
Yeah, Cleveland's in give up mode. They're building that new stadium and they're giving up on the season.
And how much more length do we give until the offensive line stops giving a rip?
Oh,
and they're like, put Jameis Winston in there, or we don't care. Because I'm not saying that they're going to try to get their quarterback hurt. That's not what I'm saying. But to block it 100% as opposed to blocking it 85%.
Why am I giving my all when I got this guy back here who's not capable of playing?
Yeah, and you're not winning.
And you're not winning games.
You're just, I don't know.
And he hasn't owned up to any of it. There's not been one.
No, he's a piece of.
No, he's trash.
Yeah,
I could play better. I got to do. No, none of that. None of that.
How many does McVay have? He has one.
He has one.
Been to two.
Been to two. Yep.
The next intriguing matchup here: Philly at the Giants.
Couple of reasons why this is intriguing. Number one, the Saquon Barkley response from the crowd, how he does in this game. I'll get more to that in the cover too. But also, if the Giants lose, how much closer they are in trading guys and waving the white flag and saying, Slayton, you can go to Kansas City now and be a piece to that offense. So that's kind of what you're looking for in this one. And, I think with every loss that mounts in Philadelphia, they get closer and closer to firing Nick Sirianni as well. I mean, the guy shaved his head and brought his kid to a press conference. That's Todd Haley type stuff, okay?
And he was chirping at Browns fans in the crowd in Philadelphia.
Well, chirping at Philadelphia fans in the crowd at Philadelphia. He was not chirping at Browns fans. He was chirping at his own fans. So you chirped at your own fans, you shaved your head, and you brought your kid to a press conference. That shows me right then and there the line is starting to crumble a little bit under Nick Sirianni. He's holding on for dear life.
Another intriguing matchup, which is the final one on our list, is Bob's Jets at his Steelers as well. This is a tough matchup for you. Get your most hated quarterback, get your most loved coach who's going to be shuffling through the quarter. It seems like Russell Wilson's going to start.
I don't know if Russell Wilson's going to start or not, man. I think that's ridiculous if they do start Russell Wilson. You're 4-2 right now. Continue to ride. I don't want to say the hot hand, but the hand that got you there right now, that's obviously your defense. I don't think the Jets are going to be able to score that many points against the Steelers. They're that good on defense. I think TJ Watt's going to eat the lunch of Aaron Rodgers this weekend because he's an immobile human being. He can't throw. His line isn't that good. He's going to get demolished. That's why, you got Devontae Adams. Did you improve your offensive line? Because that thing sucks.
I think the Jets pwn the Steelers on Sunday night.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I think that offense is going to look killer.
You're about to get pwned.
Who's playing? Did they get a new offensive line?
I mean, it hasn't been as bad as people want to
You
say.
guys say the rah-rah around the new coach or the new quarterback. Do you think there's a rah-rah around the new arrival of the offense of Devontae Adams?
I don't know. It's a wide receiver that's 31 years old that has a hamstring injury.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't? Oh, I had heard that for 2
Not
weeks. He
no
didn't
more.
play.
Not anymore, he doesn't.
Yeah, he fits in perfect with Aaron.
Ravens at Bucks. We don't have that on our list for intriguing matchups.
Monday night
football.
game,
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a solid one.
Yeah, it's 2 top 5 offenses.
Yeah, Baker versus Lamar, last year's MVP versus the MVP frontrunner right now in Baker Mayfield. If you believe it or not, 15-5, leads in touchdown passes, leads in passing yards in the NFL.
So weird.
One Baker Mayfield. All right, let's get into the cover 2. Bob, who are you covering this weekend?
Well, number one is going to be the Jets for me. I mean, how can you not be watching the Jets and Steelers this weekend, right? Like, that is, to me,
Sunday night,
the most intriguing matchup for a number of reasons.
So you're literally waiting all day Sunday
for Sunday night, yes. Carrie Underwood tells me, right?
Those legs.
Oh, my goodness.
They make a man weak.
Best since Katie Couric. It's going to be compelling to see Aaron Rodgers and Adams, and I know everybody's going to expect the world, right? Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
As they should, the way they delivered it.
Right, yeah, exactly. Devontae Adams will probably have 3 catches for 20 yards. Aaron Rodgers will get his ass sacked because there's no offensive line. The offensive coordinator ain't going to call any good plays. The Jets are not winning this football game. Pittsburgh is going to take care of business. So I'm just excited to see Aaron Rodgers cry. Now that he's got his buddy alongside, what else are we going to do here, Ron? And complain. The other one is going to be Saquon Barkley. Does he make an impact for the Eagles in his return to New York? Giants have a really good defensive front, okay? They can play defense on the front line. Does he have an impact? And what kind of boos does he get? Like, if he scores a touchdown, do they throw beer bottles and things like that? I don't think they will. But, I don't think the boos are going to be as loud as if he was like a former Jet playing in a game against the Jets. Because Giant fans still are a little more reserved. What?
Was that a burp?
It was a burp.
What the hell was
My
that?
mic was off.
Cut that back. Cut that back and play it. I'm
Good
pretty
Lord.
It sounded like John Coffey took the flies out of your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it did. That's the last movie I owned on VHS.
I'm sorry, boss. He had to go.
So
Is he dead now?
Yes.
He is, yeah.
For about 5 to 6 years. Yeah, play that burp back. It was just like a.
Yeah, good Lord.
So he thought about your take on the cover, too,
Yeah.
I guess. Do you think Saquon celebrates if he scores?
Well, everybody celebrates when they
Not
scores.
everybody. Sometimes they'll put the ball down and respect the they'll respect the audience.
I mean, you got to celebrate. You get in the end zone in the NFL, you got to celebrate.
Do you have the burp?
I've got to let me take off the NFL music and let me get it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
All right, I'll get into my cover two. My cover two is similar to yours in the first one. I am interested in both wide receivers in their new homes. I do love Amari Cooper to the Bills. I thought that was the better move. I thought that the Jets got better though because Aaron Rodgers needs more people to throw to than Josh Allen does. In my opinion, Josh Allen's been great this year without Amari Cooper. They've added Amari Cooper in Buffalo. I'm interested to see what that's like because unlike Stephon Diggs, I don't think Amari Cooper is as exalted as Stephon Diggs. I think he's just a guy that wants to win. He went from Dallas to Cleveland. Cleveland didn't work out, obviously, because of what they did to their quarterback.
If he
situation.
wants to win, why would you go from Dallas to Cleveland?
Well, that was probably before. He probably wanted the bag. So he got it after he left Dallas. Jerry Jones didn't give it to him. Another mistake. And so now he's in Buffalo. Josh Allen has a legit wide receiver one, which can make that offense a little bit different. And I'm interested to see how he is played into that role. I don't think that he will skip a beat. In fact, I think he will probably lead in targets. I think he'll probably have at least 5 to 6 catches.
I think it's a better addition for Buffalo than I do for the Jets adding Devontae Adams.
And that's fair. I just think that the Jets get better because of what Devontae Adams is. I'm also interested in how quickly we see Aaron Rodgers just kind of push Garrett Wilson to the side. Garrett Wilson is a stud.
I'll take Garrett Wilson here right now.
I love Garrett Wilson. I think he's super talented, the former offensive rookie of the year. And
I hope he does get pushed to the side and says, I want out. And let's get him here in Kansas City. Let's go.
And I'm interested to see how Devontae Adams is able to react to Aaron Rodgers. We haven't seen the two play with each other since
21.
Or
21.
No, 21. 2021. Right after COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 2024. So it's been 3 years. We talk about the NFL. You miss a year. It's magnificent to your career or it's anti-magnificent to your career because of how much you've missed. And to see their relationship, kind of see if it's rusty, to see if it's still there. I'm interested to see that as well. The other one is the Rookie of the Year leader right now in Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels coming off a heartbreaking loss to the Baltimore Ravens. They were in that game. They lost by 7. Victory formation, Lamar Jackson. They think Jaden Daniels is Lamar 2.0. If I'm him, I'm ecstatic with that sort of comparison.
That's a great comparison.
He is not only a Rookie of the Year candidate, but he is an MVP candidate, whether you want to believe it or not. He and Dan Quinn and that ownership have flipped that Commanders franchise around. They're a fun team to watch, and they have a game in which they can literally boat race the team they play, which is the Carolina Panthers. And if Jaden Daniels go out there and hang out with 4 touchdowns and throw for 250 and run for about 50 and really show the league that, yeah, he had a tough game against Lamar, but he did that and more against a team that he should have beat up in Carolina. They're -8. I love the Commanders in this points. I'd almost alt spread it to 10, but I'm interested to see if Jaden Daniels can bounce back after a tough loss against a tough opponent, which is what it's going to be like in the playoffs as games get tougher. We did this last year with C.J. Stroud. I think we're doing it this year with Jaden Daniels. Unfortunately, Caleb Williams is on a bye, but in 2 weeks, you better believe my cover 2 will involve those two quarterbacks as they'll play each other for the Rookie of the Year.
And if Jaden Daniels doesn't go out there and ball against Carolina, the MVP conversation's over.
For sure. I mean, he's that young, and they know that he has the Rookie of the Year award already. Very rarely would we see rookie and MVP go the same player. And this is one of those games where it's like, hey, look, you're playing Carolina. You're coming off a tough.
You got to go out there. You got to play
out
big.
there and flex that hawk.
Yeah, go show everybody who you are. And if he doesn't go out there and play big, then we'll talk about Patrick Mahomes still getting that MVP.
Macabelch
playing in
you hear that thing, dude? One more time.
Playing in
I mean, it's like I'm telling you, the flies.
I mean, it sounds like death coming out of you.
That's what I'm saying. It's those flies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. My cover 2. You bring up Saquon Barkley. We go with another running back and go Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Everyone hates the Cleveland Browns. There's 2 guys that I like on the Cleveland Browns. Miles Garrett. I'll make it 3. But there's 2 guys that can really save what is left of the Browns season. One of them's Nick Chubb, the other's Jameis Winston.
They're 1-5. There's nothing left of the Browns season.
When I say save, I forget playoffs, forget actual contention, just to have a good time, to fans to not hate their lives for the rest of the season.
Oh, if you're a
Jameis
Browns
and
fan,
Nick
sell
Chubb,
your tickets. If they'll give them away. I mean, like, there's no reason to go watch that team.
It's one of my favorite players to watch, and seeing his letter to the fans was awesome. I'm rooting for him hard. I'm going to root against the Browns. Well, not this week. I'm going to root for the Browns against the Bengals, but I'm going to root for him hard. He's first team all-class, and I hope he individually buries Cincinnati. Second's going to be the Giants, because if they lose, that means more chances for the Chiefs to acquire Darius Slayton.
Yeah. Or Daniel Jones.
If the Giants win, they're 3-4. They're tied with the Eagles. Cowboys on a bye. That means they're all pretty much locked up at that 3-3, 3-4 marker with the Commanders up. That means their season is over. That means there's a less likelihood that the Chiefs can go out there and get Darius Slayton, who's probably, I would say, all of our number one choices right now.
I think it has to be, because I think it's like, I think your number one choice would probably be Justin Jefferson, but let's use logic and talk about logically what your number one choice would be, and it gets whittled down, and it is Darius Slayton that probably is that number one choice. And look, the Chiefs are very active in trying to get a wide receiver. They called Oakland trying to get Devontae Adams. They were told Mr. Davis is not going to trade him to a division rival, and so you move on. So you know that the Chiefs are active. They're trying to get better at wide receiver. They're trying to do what they can to improve that offense, and you can only do as much as another team will allow you to do. And until these teams realize that they're out of it, they're not going to be trading off their parts. They still want to sell tickets. They still want to make money. It's still a business. But you get to that point in the season where you do have to recognize, if you're the Giants or the Browns or the Bills or whoever the case may be, that we're not in this thing right now. And it's better for us to trade off some of our expiring contracts, get some draft picks, and I don't want to say start the rebuild, but continue to build and continue to use draft picks to make our team better. And I think that's where the Giants are. After a loss, if they lose this game, they'll be, 2-5?
2-4.
2-4 if they lose this game. So if you lose this game, you're sitting at 2-4. You're probably out of it. You've got to start to realize you're out of it. But again, nobody's going to make a move until they realize they're out of it. And they have to realize it themselves. I always tell people about like losing weight or quitting smoking. Until you're ready, there's nothing anybody can tell you to do. So until the Giants are ready, or Jacksonville's ready, or Carolina's ready to admit that their season is over, the Chiefs can't just go out there and kidnap wide receivers and bring them to Kansas City.
Our cover 2 is over, but we'll go back and go through Mitch Holtis said we should cover this weekend on the other side. Fescoe and Dusty brought to you by Rainer Garage Doors of Kansas City. LiftMaster has patented MyQ technology and is the #1 professionally installed garage door opener. Find them at RainerKC.com. Mitch Rerack on the other side.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends at Smokehouse Barbecue are going to cater your home gate this weekend, because they've got their game day special. A pound of burnt ends, a pound of wings, a slab of baby back ribs, a quart of beans, paperware, and serving utensils for $6, all for just $79.95. Whether you're tailgating at the stadium or having people at your house, let Smokehouse Barbecue do all of the catering, because they're going to knock it out of the park, and you don't have to worry about the food. And if you don't have to worry about that, it makes your day easier, and you can enjoy the game so much more. And when you're thinking about those wings from Smokehouse Barbecue, you're thinking a pound of wings. Do I want those Cajun butter chicken wings? Yeah, you do. But you know what? You also want to try the new wing sauce that they have. It's called Sweet Zing, a sweet flavor with a kick. They're unbelievably delicious and awesome. And if you're going to dine in at Smokehouse Barbecue, which I encourage you to do in Independence, Gladstone, or Zona Rosa, make sure you get their chili. It starts with their crispy meat, chopped up burnt ends, their spicy barbecue sauce, and so much more to make this a chili that you're going to be addicted to and want to eat every single day. So check them out at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com. You can place all of your to-go orders, your carry-out orders, anything you need at smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
We interrupt with a special report from the Missouri Lottery. With a new millionaire every 8.1 days last year, there's no shortage of Missouri Lottery winners. However, there is currently a shortage of confetti. This may impact all confetti-related activities, hullabaloos, whoop-de-doos, jamborees, shebangs, and any and all festive goings-ons. Rest assured, Missouri Lottery winners will receive a single confetto with every big win for the time being. We apologize for the shortage, but not the winning. Thus concludes this report from the Missouri Lottery. Winners welcome. Play responsibly.
Right now, 38 states allow sports betting, including 7 of Missouri's neighboring states. Amendment 2 gives Missouri sports fans the freedom to bet on games too, and that will generate over $100 million for our schools. Amendment 2 is endorsed by the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and Missouri's 2 biggest newspapers, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Kansas City Star. Here's Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith asking you to vote yes on 2.
Back in my day, I was the wizard of the infield. Now, I'm a grandfather. That's why I'm voting yes on Amendment 2. It means over $100 million for Missouri schools and teachers, and no more broken promises. There's a constitutional guarantee that the money goes to our schools, and legalizing sports betting is great for us fans too. That's why the Royals, Chiefs, Blues, and Cardinals all join me in saying yes on Amendment 2.
Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
There are so many things I love about fall weather. The crisp air, the changing leaves, it's all so magical. Until my kids catch a chill outside. That's where Kohl's comes in, with cozy layers, warm jeans, and more. I found all the styles my kids need when the seasons change. Plus, I got 20% off with a coupon and earned Kohl's Cash. So here's my style forecast. Prep better for fall weather at Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end October 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
When it comes to beef, nothing tops world-class, highly marbled Wagyu. Booth Creek Wagyu's Overland Park Meat Market is ready to elevate your beef. Their farm-to-fork commitment brings this intensely rich and flavorful beef from the tall grass prairies north of Manhattan, Kansas, directly to your table. Stop into the store to see what our customers are calling the jewelry store of beef and taste the difference. Our in-store experts are sampling freshly seared Wagyu 7 days a week. Located in the shops at Deer Creek Woods at 135th and Metcalf.
Ready to elevate your next event? The Photo Bus is right around the corner. From custom photo booths to unique activations, we bring the fun and creativity that makes your occasion stand out and your guests walk away with memories that last a lifetime. Visit Photobus online to learn more.
Hey, football fans! Time to step up your game with Johnny's Barbecue tailgate packages. Whether you're hosting a home game or tailgate, Johnny's Barbecue has you covered. We've been serving award-winning traditional KC barbecue since 1977. Johnny's Barbecue was featured on diners, drive-ins, and dives with legendary Guy Fieri. It's time you experience KC's hidden gem of barbecue. Check out our tailgate packages at johnny'sbbqkc.com. Located in Olathe and serving all of KC. Johnny's Barbecue, taste the smoke.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority, Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
What's up, Kansas City? It's Mitchell Schwartz. Join me at the Buffalo Wild Wings located at 137th and Metcalf in Overland Park on Friday, October 18th. I'll be there with the crew from 6 to 8 p.m., eating some wings and drinking $5 Bud Lights. For more details, go to 965thefan.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side 435 southbound crawls from 23rd Street all the way down past Raytown Road with an accident blocking 2 left lanes. Kansas side 435 southbound slow approaching Leavenworth Road with 2 left lanes blocked. 435 southbound past Midland right lane blocked. Delays from Johnson Drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Back here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, our burping executive producer, Mac Morey, with us as well. Damn glad to have you on this Friday here on a Red Friday when it comes to Kansas City. Finally, feels like we've been off for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it has been. It's been weird. But again, it was the perfect timing for an off week for the Chiefs with the Royals going to the postseason and doing their thing. And then the postseason ended for the Royals, and then the Chiefs are back. So we've had our fill of fun and excitement, not like Cleveland did.
Here it comes.
Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes. How about that? A walk-off, 2-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry. And the magical 2024 season is not done by any means. Hell of a call last night by Tom Hamilton that kept Cleveland's season alive. It was over.
One up, guy.
Plató, batazo! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Con Noel! Acaba de empatar el encuentro la Navidad en octubre. ¡Qué bárbaro! ¡Qué monstruo! Se puso la Navidad y no ha nevado todavía. Lo que cayó fue la explosión que le dije a ustedes si se envasaba Nate Thomas, algo iba a pasar. La puso chiquitita. John Kelsey Noel. 2 Santos empate este partido. Le dije a ustedes que esto no se ha acabado. Todavía una gran oportunidad. ¡Qué clase de palo, mi gente!
Oh man, that was so good. That was the Noel home run, man. Play the beginning of that again. Can you hear the ball?
Plató, batazo!
I mean, that. Have you ever seen a home run crushed like that guy did? I mean, that was like Pedro Serrano crushing a ball into the dark night, right?
Yeah, damn tequila shot after hearing that.
I mean, Noel crushed that ball.
At least not
what a great call, man. Big Christmas with the home run. Way to go. That was a great call. I love it, man.
Speaking of a call, Mitch Holtis, who joined the show earlier, had this to say about the difference in the defenses or the, I guess, team of San Francisco.
Guys, they lost 8 dudes on defense to free agency. 8. They have 4 guys that are on IR that are key guys. Everybody talks about Christian McCaffrey, and they should, and there's 7 main guys on IR for the 49ers right now, but 4 of those guys are on defense, Hufanga being the leading one. Now, he didn't play in the Super Bowl.
Topanga?
But there's guys that played in the Super Bowl. They're not going to play in this game because of injuries. And defensively, what they lost in the offseason, they're struggling on defense. They're 26th in the league now in points allowed. They lost, you guys, a 14-point lead to the Rams, who are struggling, and a 13-point lead at home to the Cardinals. Now, not all of that's defense, but when the stuff started to run downhill, the defense couldn't stop them.
So the kind of a flip in the script, the Chiefs go from like obviously being always known for offense, now basically known for defense. We mentioned this earlier in the week on the show that They are 5th against the run, 6th in total points allowed, and 7th in yards allowed total in a game. San Francisco, complete opposite, right? They're like 26th, 27th in all those major categories. But on the offensive side, they're like 4th in total yards. They're 3rd in rushing in the NFL. And this is a game, I think, that when we watch it on Sunday, you'll understand it's power versus power. It's their offense versus your defense. Whereas the first time they met in the Super Bowl, I feel like it was their defense versus your offense.
It definitely was, yeah.
Obviously, last year was a little bit of a mix of both because the Chiefs had the great defense and they had figured out what their offense was and simplicity at its finest. But this is power versus power. This is Chiefs D-line versus that offensive line. This is, what can their running back, Mason, who is going to play, obviously Christian McCaffrey, out, but they're going to try to run the ball. That's what they're going to do. They want to keep the ball, the perfect recipe. Keep the ball out of Mahomes' hand and keep the ball on your offensive side of the field, and that's how you beat the Chiefs. So far, nobody's done it. They've tried it. Chiefs 5-0, but San Francisco is going to try to run the ball. This is why the defensive line for the Chiefs must stay strong and must live up to their reputation.
And I've got no doubt that they will go out there and dominate. I've got 100% confidence that this defensive line is going to go out there and shut down that San Francisco offensive line. That's why they say defense wins championships. You rolled through all those stats, and I'm listening. Whatever.
I'm sorry.
And that's okay. But the team that's ranked higher in offense right now is 3-3. The team that's ranked higher in defense is 5-0. So defense wins championships. It always has. You go out there and you shut down the opponent and they can't score points. All you have to do is go out there, score 21, 22, 26 points, and you're going to win the game. The Chiefs have not scored over 30 points yet this season and have won all their games. That's because they're limiting what everybody else is doing, 20, 25, and then the last 3 games, 17, 10, and 13. You keep putting up stats like that and scores like that, they will go undefeated. And that's not hyperbole. That's fact. If you hold every opponent to under 20 points the rest of the way, you're not going to lose a football game. You're just not. And so this team right now is playing so good on the defensive side, it gets lost because we just harp on and dwell on and talk about the need for a wide receiver. Meanwhile, forgetting that this defense is like, yeah, we know you're a little bit down on the offensive side from injury standpoint. We'll step it up. We'll go out there and lay the wood to somebody and kick somebody's ass.
And I think the reason that you look at that is 85 points in 5 games. Divide that by 5, it's 17. So if the Chiefs score 20 points, game's over.
Game's over.
And they only allow 5.6 points in the second half as we gave into that stat.
Oh, that's a crazy number right there, man.
That was from your boy right there.
You don't score early against the Chiefs. And by early, I mean on that first drive.
No doubt.
You don't stand a chance.
Yep. Mitch Holtis also compared a band instrument to the San Francisco offense.
Think about the percussion session and think about the snare drummer. Think about a snare drummer just taking the drumstick, Dale, did you touch my drumstick? And then just beat it. Like, just think of the beat. Like, tick, 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 tick. That's the San Francisco 49er offense. They so want to stay on schedule. They want to stay just on that beat. And if they stay on that beat, they'll beat you. If you go up and do the cymbal crash or your Will Ferrell and steal the drumsticks, they hate it. It throws them off. If they get thrown off just a tad, it happened in Super Bowl 54 and it happened in Super Bowl 58. Once the avalanche starts, they struggle to stop it. And we've seen it happen this year because they're not as good defensively. But when that offense is taken off the snare drum rhythm, where they have to follow not a 15-play script, but a 30-play script, if you can pull them off that, especially early, you can wreak havoc with the 49ers. They're good. They're good, but they're also 3-3 for a reason. And I think, in my opinion, based on my study, that's what I've laid out for them. You get them off rhythm offensively. Defensively right now, they can't stop an avalanche.
Doesn't that sum up Kyle Shanahan in a nutshell?
I don't know. Midlife crisis, to me, sums up Kyle Shanahan.
That guy gets off his rhythm and loses these football games. It happens in the Super Bowl to him every single time. Happened when he was the offensive coordinator at Atlanta. Happened to him in the 2 Super Bowls against the Chiefs. They got them off that rhythm just a little bit, and there was no recovering.
Yeah. I mean, it's like we said earlier, when they get into your head, you have to reevaluate. So coming up on the other side, the segment that survived after hours that made it into Fescoe and Dusty. It is our Richard of the Week at 9 o'clock here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Dusty Likens of 96.5 The Fan, and I want to remind you, ladies, that's right, ladies, and gentlemen, guys, it's that time of the season. Ladies, too, it's holiday season, gift-giving season. You want to find that one that really rocks the boat. Go to Diamonds Direct. Go there, see my friends Angie and David, and they will talk to you about everything you have questions for, whether you want to get your man a watch, whether you want to get your lady a ring, whether you're ready to make that big step, fellas, and do a proposal. Go in there, pop in, say hi to Angie and David. They will help you plan that big proposal this holiday, or if you're looking to treat yourself or someone special to the perfect gift, drop by Diamonds Direct in Leawood. That's right, in Leawood. Tell them I sent you and get ready to experience jewelry shopping done right. For the best quality, price, and shopping experience, there is no better choice than Diamonds Direct. In Leawood, Kansas, go see my friends Angie and David and tell them Dusty Likens from 96.5 The Fan said hi and sent you in.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan, and the other place is your sports watching headquarters this fall. Now with 5 great area locations, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Enjoy Red Friday specials all day. It's Carrington Harrison from The Drive here now on 96.5 The Fan, telling you guys about my friends over at Window World. Window World is the official window of the Kansas City Chiefs. Pick up the phone right now and call Window World today at 816-799-0820 or check out the website, windowskansascity.com. And remember this, when you call Window World, be sure to mention that you heard this on The Drive with me, and you'll be entered into a drawing for 4 Chiefs tickets during the upcoming season. You know they got some big games, and you're going to want to be there. So call my friends over at Window World. They're offering right now 36 months, same as cash financing with approved credit. In over 20 years of business, Window World has improved the look and thermal efficiency of over 54,000 homes right here in the Kansas City metro. Check out the website, windowskansascity.com. Pick up the phone today at 816-799-0820 for a free home estimate. Call to be entered into a drawing for 4 Chiefs tickets. Remember, Window World, simply the best for less. And the official window of your Kansas City Chiefs.
Our favorite reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler? Free service for life with no fine print. That's right. When you buy your engagement ring or any piece of jewelry at Diamonds Direct, you will never have to pay a dime in the future for sizing, cleaning, or routine maintenance. At Diamonds Direct, there's no gotcha clause, no fine print, no looking for ways to void the warranty. Diamonds Direct, the jeweler you can trust with a no questions asked 100% free lifetime warranty with no strings attached. Come see us to learn more.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Who else does this? There's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Streetcar Takeover today and Saturday. Tickets at streetcar-takeover.com. East side, 435 southbound, still very slow from Truman all the way down towards I-70 where there's a stalled in the right lane. Past that, earlier accident at Raytown Road has cleared and things are unwinding. Get your tickets now for a weekend of horsepower, burnouts, car show, music, and adrenaline-fueled excitement at Streetcar Takeover tonight and tomorrow at the Flying H Drag Strip in Odessa. Kids 12 and under are free, plus trunk or treat tomorrow for the kids. Online at streetcar-takeover.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Right back in here on 96.5 The Fan.
closing in on the final hour here from Fescoe and Dusty. Bob's ready for the weekend. He's ready to kick back.
I am.
Relax.
I'm ready to go, baby.
He's pissed at Mac and I guess.
I'm ready for the weekend.
Everybody's ready for the
Everybody's working for the weekend, which, by the way, should be a law. If I was ever elected president, I would make it a 4-day work week, and I would say you cannot play everybody's working for the weekend on Monday. It should be illegal. It should be only on Friday.
Well, you can be anything you set your heart's desire to. So
yeah, allegedly, right? Yeah.
Whew. Jay Cutler's mugshot, not good.
Oh, I didn't see the mugshot. I heard he got pulled over for a DUI, huh?
And gun possession.
Oh, really?
I didn't see that.
Oh, gosh.
I saw the DUI.
What happened to him?
Kristen Cavallari.
She's dating like a 22-year-old.
Not anymore, she's not.
She's
Oh,
not?
really?
No, they're
They
done.
broke up?
Montana boy
When
or
did that
whatever?
happen?
Not enough sex.
So you're saying she's available?
Mm-hmm.
What's her number?
Well, she needs more than just Tuesday sessions, Bob. That's what she said on a podcast.
Oh.
She needs it all the time.
Is that what she said, really? Oh, God.
Jeez.
Let's get into Richard of the Week.
Oh, Richard, I'm so happy. Hold me.
Richard of the Week.
Not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
I'll start this up because it's the obvious of the week. This guy sucks. This guy deserves everything that he gets, everything that happens to him. And I bring up the Ravens fan who thought it'd be a good idea to go out and consider himself a guy who doesn't lose. Boy, is that ironic and moronic.
Yeah, that's right. That's because he was saying, I don't lose.
Yeah.
You just lost your life, pal.
John Callis, or Callis, however you want to pronounce it.
How do you spell it? Callis?
Yeah.
Go with Callis.
Yeah, he is a 24-year-old Baltimore native and is currently wanted for first-degree aggravated assault and 3 counts of second-degree assault. He was actually arrested earlier this week, this past week, after what he did. 2 guys on the side of the street in Commander jerseys. He walks over there like a bro that he is, backwards hat, Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson jersey on, ranting the streets saying, I don't lose, I don't effing lose. And then he beats up 2 fans.
For no reason. Like there was no provoking. There was no barroom incident. This guy just walked up to these poor people on the street and started beating them up.
Right. And it would take the wonderful work of good people on the internet. That's why I go back and tell people to watch the documentary called Don't Blank with Cats.
Oh, my God. That was unbelievable documentary.
Power of the internet gets exposed in that.
Oh, God, yes.
And this guy sucks because he makes sports and fans worry about having to wear an opponent's jersey elsewhere. And I bring this up because you don't have to be this guy. And if you are, I hope everything that's going to happen to him comes for him because it should. When you're one of these bros that's got a record of fighting and being that dude, he's a big dude. He's like 6'2", 6'3", full, big dude. And just going to these fans that are on the side of the street.
In one place, I'm sure he's very small.
He will be, exactly. But yeah, you're a Richard of the Week. Mr. Callis, whatever you are, you're not a good representation of your fan base. He should be banned from every game in Baltimore. He should have to give up his fandom and ruin it all. The guy is just not a good dude. He knocks out 2 innocent bystanders just because they're on their way home. And then, the guy filming the video, thankfully but unthankfully to you, it's on video, but you could have stopped it from getting to the level that it did, but was arrested, will lose his job, will never get a good job again because like we had discussed this morning when I was telling you who's my Richard of the Week, they will look up his name, he will come up on Google, and it will be nothing but this is the guy. Hey, by the way, I think we found a different solution to our job opening. You, sir, Mr. John Callis, you are the Richard of the Week from one Dusty Likens.
Yeah, he's not going to have an easy time getting any job going forward, and I don't care what kind of job it is. I would not hire this guy because he's a douche, and there's just no other way to say it. And it's just unfortunate that this has to happen because of a football game, right? Like you get so I'm going to guess drunk, right?
He should be able to not drink for a year.
Well, there should be a lot. He should probably be locked up for a while and let him sit in a cell in a dark room
Imagine
and
poor
realize.
guys just got knocked out after they saw their team lose a 7-point tough game.
Yeah, but you should not feel like you're going to get beat up by going to a football game. time or wearing the other team's jersey or anything like that. And I hate that happens because it happens in every stadium around the NFL, right?
But normally those fights are merited. Like somebody's talking a bunch of smack or somebody's trying to call somebody's girlfriend out. And it's like, you don't talk about my girl. And then it's like, these guys were just standing there.
Right. They were just literally walking down the street, and this guy's just beating people up. This guy's an ass, man. Like,
Richard.
He really ruined his life. He really did. Because,
I hope it was worth it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how he's going to make a living going forward. I really don't, because I don't think he's a guy that's hireable. For me, my Richard of the week is two women. And we were at soccer on Sunday out at Compass Mineral. And if you've ever been out there, you kind of know how parking goes. It's pretty much a one in, one out type of thing. So as one game's ending and other games beginning, everybody's kind of trading spots, one in, one out. There's very limited amounts of parking. But if you go around the backside, you can find a spot, right? So you're pulling into the parking spot, and I got there about a half hour early because that's when my daughter had to be there. And so I decided I'm going to just kind of walk around and get some, steps in, get some exercise in or whatnot. And I see these two women in folding chairs in an empty parking spot, reserving that spot for somebody else. Now, you're there for an hour, hour and a half at these soccer games, 2 hours max. There's plenty of people that go in and out. The fact that you were sitting in this spot, reserving this spot, taking it away from somebody else, that makes you a Richard of the week. It also makes you a very selfish, inconsiderate Aaron Rodgers. That's what you are. You're an Aaron Rodgers.
Are parking spots limited to come by at this place?
Yeah,
so they're doing it for a reason.
Absolutely, yeah. At that portion of the field on the kind of the north side of Compass Mineral, it's very tight, very limited on parking, and it's lazy, it's Richardish, it's douchiness. Like, you don't save parking. I've seen people do that at Chiefs games before, where they squat in a parking spot trying to save it for somebody else. People get there early for a reason, to get their spot. If you're going to come straggling in 10 minutes before the game, you park where you park. Nobody's saving you a spot. And if you're one of those people that's saving a spot for somebody, you suck.
Lady Richards this week.
Yes, Richardettes.
Mac, your Richard of the week is?
Me, I'm going to go LeBron James.
Why? What the hell did he do this week?
Well, he's making his son play NBA basketball, and he's just purely not ready for it. In 5 preseason games, 1.6 points
my dad
per
would have
game,
made me play the NBA.
20% field goal percentage, and 0% from the perimeter. This guy sucks, and now we all get to see it, and it's just because LeBron wants the cool picture with his son in a Lakers jersey. This is purely for him.
Yeah.
He's selfish.
Yeah.
Do you think if Bronny James is a catastrophic failure, it tarnishes his legacy in LA?
No.
Because he hasn't really won a real championship in LA.
No, he has not.
No, the bubble, yeah.
The bubble championship does not count. Did you see Kike Hernandez said that too? He goes, I want a real parade. Because when the Dodgers won it in 2020, obviously there's no parade, and whatnot. So the Dodgers want a real parade. Lakers need a real parade. Manti Te'o needs a real girlfriend. He's on TV. But yeah, this whole LeBron Bronny thing, like, it's very cringeworthy, obviously. But don't you kind of want to see what happens? Doesn't it intrigue you a little bit? Like, if Bronny James was playing for somebody else, we probably wouldn't pay that much attention. But we all have dads. We all kind of wanted to do what our dad did and that kind of thing. Like, I think it's a neat moment. It's just that Bronny James isn't ready to be put in that moment. And so many people are going to have anger and venom towards him.
Yes.
When he's not the guy that did anything. He's just out here being a kid playing basketball. And LeBron basically told the Lakers, I'll re-sign if we take Bronny James, and that's where we are.
Like, the scrutiny that Bronny's going to face on social media everywhere in his life is going to be purely because of his father.
Yeah.
And, like, you're Richard.
Yeah. So who in sports, his son, has gone on and played with them before at some level like this? I mean, we saw the Griffeys obviously do that.
Barry and Bobby do it?
I don't think so. No, I think Bobby was way too old by the time Barry got to the big leagues to be a player. I don't think Bobby was around by then. But everybody remembers the Griffey moment. But Ken Griffey Jr. was better than Pops, right?
Yeah.
Like Jeffrey
Barry
Jordan
was better than Bobby.
Yeah, but I don't think Bronny James is better than LeBron, at least at this stage of his career.
No.
And so this kid's going to get booed. This kid's going to get harassed. This kid's going to get all this stuff. And he didn't bring – it's one thing if you bring it upon yourself.
Yeah.
Really, like Carl Cheffers. But this guy didn't this guy didn't do anything to bring this upon himself, yet he's going to handle the brunt of all of it. And it probably will hinder his ability to grow as a player in the NBA. It would have been better to stay another year in college, go to the G League, do something else, develop before you're taking one of the 12 roster spots in the NBA too.
The next one we'll be watching with our eyes fully open will be what Charlie Woods does. And will they ever play in the same major together?
Yeah.
Will there be a Masters Sunday where Tiger and Charlie are in the same field? Maybe not in the same
Is
grouping.
Charlie good, though?
Tough question. He's in the youth league. His handicap is better than everybody else's, so he's held to a different standard because of what his dad has brought him up as.
How old is Charlie?
I believe he's 14.
That's it.
I think he's almost 15.
Okay, so he's
but
young.
there's a video of Tiger talking to Ricky on the driving range, and he's like, has he done it yet? Meaning, has he outdrove Dad? He goes, yeah, he did it once. And he's like, and Ricky Fowler's like, oh, so it's coming. And he's like, yeah, it's coming.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Outdrove Dad head-to-head, or Dad's top drive written down like 7 years ago, and then Charlie beat that?
Dad hit a 3-wood, Charlie hit a driver.
Okay.
But Tiger Woods probably hits his 3-wood 250, 260, which means Charlie's hitting his driver 285, 290 as a 14-year-old.
And that's good.
That's, as a 14-year-old, it's outstanding.
Right. That's
average tour distance is probably like 330, 325.
Okay.
So, I mean, those guys poke it. If Charlie's already at 285, 290, which means his club speed. Anyways, I'll get out of that.
No, I'm
sorry.
interested because, like, is he good or are we trying to make him good like we are with Bronny James?
I think it's both. Yeah, I think it's both. Yeah.
Are we looking at Charlie Woods to save golf?
There's potential. I mean, he's got a name, but he's got to live up to it, which is very tough.
Right.
I mean, there's reasons why Michael Jordan's kids didn't play basketball.
Oh, yeah.
They just went and got his teammates' wives. Mm-hmm. True story. Coming up on the other side, Chief Soul Matt McMullen will join our roundtable on this Friday on Fescoe and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. Create your dream engagement ring and browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts. From diamond studs, tennis bracelets, birthstone necklaces, and more. With our everyday competitive prices, an unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company knows how to work with your budget, not against it. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, it's Derek Johnson, and I know there's nothing better than being part of a team. A group of great people you can count on and learn from. The Sheet Metalworkers, local number 2, are growing their team and looking for quality men and women who want to build Kansas City's future. While you're making KC a better place, you'll also get great pay and benefits while gaining lifelong skills. Explore the possibilities at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org. And take a step towards a fulfilling and rewarding way of life.
Men, this is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. It seems like everything we hear these days is about political races, and yet there's a far more important race that you run for yourself every day. It's the race to be the best that you can be. But if your libido is low, if your workouts aren't productive, if you've got brain fog and you're tired all the time, you may feel like you're losing that race, and maybe even that your best days are behind you. But the truth is that they're likely not, because if you're feeling like this, it's probable you're simply suffering from low testosterone, a condition that affects a huge percentage of men as we age. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating low T. We've successfully treated thousands of men for the condition, and if you're like most guys, you'll start seeing results in just a few weeks. Better sleep patterns, higher energy, improved mental clarity, more productive workouts, and your libido will likely increase as well. So get back to winning your race by calling us. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Many of us are looking forward to retirement. But when it's time to tap into your savings, do you know how long your money will last? Make a game plan for your retirement income distribution from UMB Private Wealth. They'll create a custom strategy for you to help make your hard-earned retirement savings last. Just go to umb.com/privatewealth to schedule your personal appointment. That's umb.com/privatewealth.
Hey, Kansas City, this is Jeff Briggs with Victory Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the Victory Effect, our pledge to drive down vehicle pricing for the city we love. I have some fantastic news to share with you all as we usher in the Ram Power Days for the month of October. MSRPs have dropped, rebates have increased, and the Federal Reserve has finally lowered interest rates. So along with that, Chrysler has just announced incentivized rates across our entire product lineup. Now, through the end of the month, well-qualified buyers can get rates as low as 4.9% for 72 months on all 2025 Ram 1500s in stock. Not only can you take advantage of this great interest rate program, but as you all know, I'm going to throw unprecedented discounts on top of the incredible rates to get you an affordable monthly payment. If a Jeep or SUV is more of your liking, then come check out the new Wrangler or the new Jeep Grand Cherokee with special rates as low as 0% and once again paired with Victory's industry-leading pricing. Visit us at Kansas City's only automotive outlet mall, the Legends Auto Plaza, on the southeast corner of 435 and Parallel, just east of Nebraska Furniture Mart, or online at victorymotorskc.com, where our first price is better than their last.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 72.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Kansas Lottery Play-On app. Scan your tickets for more chances to win.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Welcome back into Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan as we power through. This is our roundtable brought to you by the Kansas Lottery. Dream bigger. This week's guest on the roundtable joining Fescoe, Mac, and myself is Matt McMullen. Always great to see you, sir.
What's up, guys?
How are you doing? Good to see you. Fresh off a bye week, you ready to rock and roll for the next 17 weeks, huh?
I really am. I feel like we haven't played in forever.
I know.
It
That's
really
what you
feels
said
that
earlier.
way.
Yeah, we were like, man, it just feels like it's been a month.
It's been a blur because the Chiefs win that Monday night game. The Royals take over for about a week and a half, and then the season ends for them, and we're right back to football. And it does. It feels like it's been a while. What's been going on over at Chiefs.com and everything going on with you guys?
Well, not a whole lot because we really shut it down for the bye,
Good
which
for you.
is
You should,
nice.
yeah.
Although I didn't go out of town or anything. Normally I plan like a vacation, like go see my wife's parents or something.
Where do they live?
In Colorado.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I've fully converted her to a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, as
which
you should,
wasn't
yeah.
hard, to be honest.
I mean, this or that.
Watch this guy 15 play.
And the timing was good because we met in 2017.
Oh,
so
nice.
I think at first she would come to the games in Broncos gear, and then quickly was like, "What am I doing? Why am I?
Yeah, why am I doing
So
this?
that worked out well.
Yeah.
But we didn't go out of town this year. Just stayed in town. She had to work all week, so I was at home by myself.
What'd you
and
do?
Absolutely nothing,
Good.
which was good for the first day. The second day, I was getting a little bit bored, but
Yeah.
I'm ready for some football desperately.
Yeah. I think we're all ready to kind of get back on it. We had the not the relief of the weekend with nothing going on, but kind of the relief of last weekend. The Royals lose Thursday night. And you're like, all right, so I got the weekend to kind of recover and then get back in this thing on Monday. And Not a lot same with these two teams going into the Super Bowl. We were talking about Mitch earlier about this, and it's completely different teams with San Francisco and Kansas City, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. And looking at San Francisco, and I listened to you and Mitch earlier, one thing that the 49ers have really struggled with this year, because their offense has overall been really good, but it's the red zone. So
have we.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're actually kind of similar in that way. They have 27 red zone drives this year, most in the NFL. So they're going right down the field, but they're scoring touchdowns at a 44% clip. And that's where they're missing Christian McCaffrey. So McCaffrey had 18 red zone touchdowns last year. You just can't make up that production. So overall, offensively, they've been very good. They just have struggled in the red zone. And ironically, like you said, same could be said for us. I mean, we were 2 for 7 in the red zone against the Saints. We should have beaten the Saints by 30 points, and it was right there. So red zone is obviously a big area here in this one.
How much does Kareem Hunt help in there? I think he's going to be a big spark for this red zone offense.
Kareem has some juice still,
Why
doesn't
are you
he?
smiling at me like that?
I was excited about it. I mean, it was like we'd gotten in a time machine, and when a guy's gone for that long, you don't know, is he going to be the same kind of player? I hadn't watched a lot of Kareem in Cleveland, to be honest, but he looked like the guy that was here in 2018, and to have just that juice where he's not going down at first contact is exciting. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but he had something like 60 yards after first contact against the Saints.
Wow.
So he has fresh legs. He's ready to go. And against a team like San Francisco, who I think we're going to run the ball against quite a bit, try to bring those safeties up.
Yep.
I think he could have, hopefully, another big game.
Yeah, I looked at this game earlier this week and saw some statistics that made sense to me, at least. It seems that the offense and the production of it in the NFL is slowly but surely coming around. Like the Kirk Cousins 500-yard game, right out of nowhere, and then you kind of see some glimpse of Kelsey coming back to his full stats a couple weeks ago. Like you said, it's been forever since they played. Mahomes kind of owns the 49ers in the regular season. Throws for 300+ every time, throws for at least 2 touchdowns, has a great QBR, great completion percentage. It's kind of like a flipped roster. Like San Francisco used to be the team where it's like, well, they got Bosa, they got Fred Warner, they got all these guys on defense, like Travarius Ward's on that defense. And you think to yourself, okay, what's our defense going to do against their offense today as opposed to what's our offense going to do against their defense? We've completely flipped the script. Do you think there could be that moment where Mahomes, even though people want to say it's a down year, still the MVP favorite, 6 touchdowns, 6 picks, could this be a game where it's finally he gets to show what his capability is against a team that he's normally been successful against?
Well, yeah, he's Patrick Mahomes. I always expect him to go out there and play at the MVP level. I think he's earned that at this point. I do think with the game plan, I expect a lot of the horizontal along the line of scrimmage stuff, because look at the regular season game a couple years ago against these guys. I think Coach Reed did a great job of using their greatest strength defensively, which I think is Nick Bosa, kind of against him, because he's such an aggressive player. Against a player like that, instead of just dropping back and passing and letting him pass rush, you run misdirections right at him. And McCole Hardman had 3 touchdowns in that game, if you remember. I think Xavier Worthy could be used in that role quite a bit, and McCole as well here in this one. And that's how you slow down that pass rush. And then when Bosa has to think twice about, is this a misdirection, is it a pop pass or an end around, then you can start dropping back to pass and throw it deep. And that's what happened in that game a couple years ago in San Francisco. So yeah, I'm always going to ride with Patrick Mahomes. I think he has earned that, where every time he goes out there, it could be a special day.
It's interesting too, because you paint that picture so beautifully of Nick Bosa, and I'm looking at it in my mind of him getting beat on these little plays here and there, and then everybody says, "Oh, that's because he's being held the whole time," and they want to factor in that. No, it's Andy Reid is just better than everybody else and knows how to take advantage of somebody's weaknesses, if you will.
Well, and he's a great player. He's maybe the defensive player of the year in the NFL. I mean, he's an awesome player, but against players like that, you can't play into their strengths. You have to find a way to use that almost as a weakness. And I think we've done that against Max Crosby over the years as well, where you have a great pass rusher that all they want to do is get after the quarterback. Well, just run right at them with a fast player like McCole or Xavier Worthy, or do a quick screen to Samaje Perine or whoever's back there. And then that creates doubt in their mind, and that affects the rest of the game.
Where are you, Matt, on the need for a wide receiver right now?
Whatever Brett Veach thinks and whatever Coach Reed thinks, I think they have proven that they know what they're doing.
I agree, yeah.
And I think it was awesome seeing Juju have the game that he did against the Saints. Hopefully Juju's healthy for this game.
What are you hearing on that? What do you think?
So we'll find out later today. He had a hamstring injury, I believe, popped up on the injury report yesterday. It's hard to know because we last talked to Coach Reed and everyone before that happened. We'll find out today what his status is. So hopefully he's okay. But regardless, I think we think that Juju is 45 years old. He's only 27.
That's it.
He's been in the league for so long, but he's still a young player and showed that he still has a lot left. And what really impressed me about him against the Saints is he was having a nice game. He had that ball kind of bounce off his hands in the end zone. Probably should have had it. Still a tough play, but probably should have had it. But didn't hang his head. He actually ended up making one of the game-winning plays on the very next drive with that 50-yard catch to pretty much seal the game. So that's the kind of player we need. We need players that just show up and are here ready to work, and they move past bad moments like that. And Juju showed that on two Mondays ago.
If he doesn't play, who steps? Like, what's the offense look like?
Well, that's what I get back to the line of scrimmage stuff.
Yeah.
So I really think this could be a big game for Xavier Worthy because he's so tough to defend, and it's just worked before against the 49ers. And that could open up other things as well down the field. But, I mean, I don't think anyone expected McColl to have 3 touchdowns against these guys in the regular season a couple years ago, and Xavier has that same skill set. So if Juju can't play, and who knows, we have no idea if he's going to be able to play or not. Hopefully he can. But if he can't play, Xavier on the line of scrimmage could make some sense. And also maybe a deep shot or two to Xavier. I mean, we've seen it a couple times this year. I mean, that throw against the Chargers a couple weeks ago, that was the kind of play that I think as the season goes on, Mahomes and Xavier will develop that chemistry. It just takes time because he's so unique. But, I mean, we've seen flashes of it, and I'd love to see a few of those here on Sunday.
Yeah, I would as well. Matt McMullen of the Chiefs with us here in studio. And I continue to kind of go down the list of, like, anomalies in this game. Mahomes is an underdog. Doesn't happen all that much. But when he is, boy, does he go out there and dominate. Like, what is he, like 10-3 as an underdog or something like that?
It's something silly. I think it gets back to any kind of adversity. This team just loves it.
Yeah.
It's almost like when everything is going well and everyone's healthy and everything's fine, it's kind of like, it's kind of boring. Like, let's be resilient in some way. And, I mean, we have so many examples of that over the years where they're almost better when their backs are up against the wall. And I don't really think they care about the underdog stuff, but there is chatter out there sometimes like, oh, I like this team or that team better than the Chiefs. And I think subconsciously, whether they're listening to it or not, they might hear that, and it almost motivates them even more. And, I mean, again, there's so many examples of this where whenever people want to write off the Chiefs say, well, let's go watch us do this again.
Right.
And the 49ers, I don't think the Chiefs need any extra motivation to play them. Patrick said it earlier this week. I mean, the 49ers have been right there with us every single year as the top dog in the NFC. And Patrick said that as a competitor, you want to play the best. And they are right up there with us in terms of overall record and talent and all this stuff. So I think he's ready for the game as it is. But if people want to make him an underdog, that only helps us, I think.
When you watch it from the standpoint that some of us do, 'cause obviously I'm a huge nerd. I'm not saying you are, but football.
No, I am a gigantic nerd.
There we go.
Yeah,
so we're in this
true.
together.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get more excited to watch what the defense is going to do than the offense. Like, that's just where I'm at. Like,
I told you. Like, you get to my side on this.
Like,
one.
I get towards the end of the game, I'm like, all right, where's Shamari Connor? Like, where's he at? Because I want to know if he's going to be coming on a blitz. I also look to see who Trent McDuffie is guarding. I watch 95 to see if he busts through. I see if 54 is going to be an animal outside. And then I'm like, okay, what's 87 going to do this game? Like, that's where my mindset is every week.
So defensively, I acknowledge that I am a Chiefs guy. I'm a homer. I get all that. This is the best defense in the NFL, and I will not tolerate other opinions.
I agree.
Because what do they have to do? They've held opponents under 28 points in 26 consecutive games. The last time they allowed more than 27 points was Super Bowl 57 against the Eagles. Think about that. Every team has just a stinker in there for the most part. Like, they'll give up 35 points. It's like, gotta flush that one. The Chiefs have not had that for 2 years. Every single week, the Chiefs are in the game because of the defense. And then you have a quarterback in Patrick Mahomes, who's one of the greatest to ever play. That's going to give him opportunities in the fourth quarter to win the game. I mean, what a recipe that is. And the defense, for whatever reason, does not get the credit it deserves. I didn't understand coming into this year when you look at ESPN or NFL Network or whatever, here's my top 5 defenses. The Chiefs are never on there. I don't know what they have to do to get the credit they deserve, but they're going out there every single week and showing that, in my opinion, it's the best defense in the league. The only other defense that's up there with them, I think, is Baltimore, and we've beaten them twice here in the last 2 times we've played them.
Yeah, and twice in this calendar year we've beaten the Baltimore Ravens. You know, it's a good point to bring up by Dusty about getting excited for the defense, because I've always been a defensive first football guy. It's just my age, I guess, you know, like being in that realm of where defenses dominated in the 80s and the early part of the 90s, and then slowly it became more of an offensive league. But I think that's why we don't get the credit. The defense is never going to get the credit as long as 15 is around, right? And I still think people believe it's 2018 where Patrick's going to go out there and this offense has to score you 50 points a game to win, and this defense gives up 54 and you lose to the Rams on Monday night. And people have those images in their mind. And that's why I think the wide receiver question for me, and I'm kind of like you, if they go out and make a move, great. If they don't, I'm fine with that as well. But the more people talk about the need for the wide receiver, in my opinion, and I think I said this last week or earlier this week, you're devaluing the defense. Like, people are forgetting that this defense goes out there and dominates. And every time we talk about it, we got to have a wide receiver, I feel like, this defense pretty good. They're going to step up. I always feel like it's like devaluing this defense and not respecting this defense.
Just look at how they've won the last couple years. And I think about the Ravens game and the AFC Championship game last year specifically. The offense did a lot of great things early. And if you just look at the box score, you'd be like, well, the offense really struggled in the second half. But if you really kind of dig into it, the offense was doing just enough to move the football and play field position. But Mahomes wasn't going to take any risks and make a mistake because he knew the defense was playing so well. I don't want to put the defense in a bad position.
Right.
Let's play field position. Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll score. Maybe we won't. But at least we're going to force the Ravens to go the length of the field against the best defense in the NFL. And when you have a collective mindset like that, it leads to a lot of wins. And we've seen that here with this defense playing as well as they have.
Yeah, it's a complementary team. Like, people forget, too, there's 53 guys on these rosters, right? Like, it's not just 11. You're just because your offense may be in a spot right now doesn't mean your defense can't step up and make some big-time plays. And they have as many playmakers on defense as they do on offense at this point in time.
I don't know how they keep popping up, too. It's just amazing.
Because Brett Features is freaking genius.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, how about Shamari Connor? Like, how good has he been? Just a playmaker, always around the football. And you lose players in free agency. That's just the nature of it. You trade away L'Jarius Sneed, and you plug in players like Shamari who step up and immediately are ready for the moment. And it says everything about the coaching and the culture, I think, here in Kansas City.
Yeah. I think it's crazy how they do favorites because you look at quarterback, head coach. I think that's where I always start to look at a game. That's why I think the Chiefs and the Ravens should be favorites in almost every single game, right? Like, here we go. Like, we got Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, John Harbaugh, Lamar Jackson. Those two should always be favorites. This game is different. Chiefs are plus 112 on the money line, and I think they're a point underdog, maybe like that or something like that. Maybe it's a 1.5. But you mentioned this earlier with Bob's question about how that fuels Patrick Mahomes. I feel like that also fuels 95. And I think this is a big 95 game. I think their offensive line is not as strong as it's been in the past. And I think from what we saw in last year's Super Bowl, how disruptive Chris Jones was, I think this is one of those games where we see a sack and a half from Chris Jones early. And then I think, obviously, the defense does its thing because I was telling Bob earlier, they're only allowing 5.6 points in the second half.
That's the most remarkable stat out there. I'm not a stat guy, but that right there means the world.
Yeah, and they're allowing 17 points per game, which means they're allowing 12 points, technically, 12 points in the first half. So if the Chiefs are up 14-10 or 14-13 in the first half, essentially the game is over.
You want some more fun numbers?
Please.
So the 49ers this year in the first half of games are plus 53 in terms of point differential, second best in the NFL. In the second half, they're minus 21.
Oh, wow.
Fifth worst in the NFL. And the Chiefs, because of that defensive stat that you were mentioning, are plus 31 in the second half of games. That's fourth best in the NFL. So the Chiefs have been great at closing out games, and the 49ers have struggled in that area. And the defense is a big part of that for Kansas City. And Chris Jones is obviously the anchor of the defense. Some numbers on Purdy that are interesting. He's only been sacked 12 times, so that's kind of bottom of the league. He's been really good at evading pressure, but he's been pressured a ton. He's been pressured the third most of any quarterback, and that's because he hangs on to the football. He has the longest average time to throw of any quarterback in the NFL right now. He's waiting for things to open up. He's been good at evading pressure, but that creates opportunities. If he's holding on to the football, Chris Jones could get there. Hopefully he does a few times on Sunday.
Yeah, that's awesome when you say that. Like, is that an offensive line thing or is that a Purdy thing? And then you said he's holding on to the ball, and so that becomes a Brock Purdy thing. And so, yeah, Chris Jones gobbling him up. Maybe FAU gets involved this week in a big way, and, George Karlaftis comes to play. Like, I love that defensive line. There's so many different guys that you can rotate in and to make plays. Turk Wharton's having himself a year, too, man. Nobody talking about Turk, right?
No one's talking about Turk, and he is having an awesome year. And it's hard for some of the interior defensive linemen, even Chris, to get the credit that they deserve. I mentioned how Nick Bosa is Defensive Player of the Year candidate. Why do we never talk about Chris Jones?
He's 8-1. He's got the second best odds now, Dusty. Wasn't that what it was? Second best odds to get Defensive Player of the Year right now behind T.J. Watt.
Why not? And it's because he plays the interior spot, but he is so important to our defense. And Mitch and I talk about this all the time. Whenever you re-sign a player, it's not considered necessarily a big free agency move.
Right.
But re-signing Chris Jones was, I think, the biggest free agency move for any team in the NFL this year. Bringing him back, this defense isn't the same without Chris Jones. He's completely the anchor that makes the whole thing go. And what I love about Chris is when you watch him pre-snap, when he'll move right before the snap. Like he'll go, like let's say he's in like the 3 spot or whatever, and then he'll move last second with Turk or somebody and go over the center, and the center has to be thinking, oh no. Like, wait, what? You know, and I love that. And Chris just messes with their minds and just having a heck of a year.
I like the fact that he basically is now just calling out guys that he wants to go against. I got that scrub right there. Let's go.
Like, I'm going after you. And it's like, me? You know, I love it.
No, I think it's good. I asked these guys this question last night via text. I'm going to ask you, if Andy Reid came into your office and closed the door and said, hey, I hate to do this, but we have budget cuts, okay? You either need to fire Steve Spagnuolo or Brett Veach.
Oh, my God.
Who are you keeping?
Yeah.
It's been real, Spags.
Yeah, right. That's kind of where I was, too, and I'm a big Spags guy, but, man.
Like, it's been real. I hope they picked your brain enough.
Brett Veach may go down as the best general manager in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, he might. And I think Spags would be the first one to say that Brett has given him a roster that's perfect for his scheme. When you pick up players like Shamari Connor and L'Jarius Sneed, obviously over the years, Jalen Watson, all these just versatile players. Treshaun Wharton factors in there too. He can play inside and outside. Mike Dana can do the same thing. Versatility is the key with Steve Spagnuolo's defense, and that's why it's so tough to go up against, because you don't know what players are going to do.
That's right.
No one on the defense is pigeonholed into a role. Everyone does a couple of different things and can move around, and that's why it's so difficult to play against.
So your answer would be Steve Spagnuolo.
My answer would be I would run out. I would say fire me. I would jump out the window.
I'll work for free.
But I mean,
Sorry, hon.
We're talking about an organization. Like, just think about this for a second. Greatest head coach who's ever coached, and I will go to battle with anybody who doesn't believe Andy Reid is the best head coach of all time. He is. I know he doesn't have the Shula wins, but he's the greatest head coach of all time. Then you have arguably the greatest defensive coordinator of all time. You have arguably the greatest general manager of all time. And now you have arguably the greatest quarterback of all time. And they're all part of this team right now. And like, has anybody in this league's history ever been that strong at those major positions before?
And they're in Kansas City.
Yeah.
It's our team while we are sports fans and able to enjoy it.
Right.
And Mac and I were just talking about this before I came on. I think the most important word to keep in mind during this era of Chiefs fandom in Kansas City is perspective.
Yes.
There is going to be a time where the Chiefs are not very good. And we're going to look back on this and say, I can't believe I got to enjoy that and see all that. Every single year we're in it. Every single year the goal is to win the Super Bowl. And we have a chance to do it every single year. Every team wants to do that, but we actually have a chance. And it's so important to remember that. It's going to be like this, I think, for a long time. But we got to enjoy the ride. I used to get caught up in the day-to-day and thinking like, oh, we got to do this, we got to do that. Now I'm just like, this is so much fun.
Exactly.
You know, it's so much fun.
Not enough people have that perspective. And I've been there. Now, again, because I'm older, you start to compartmentalize. Like, this is entertainment. Are you having fun watching this team? And if the answer is yes, then don't worry about some DVOA stat or something that you want to throw out there that you're worried about on a Tuesday. They're going to go out there and they're going to find a way to win. That's what they do. They know how to win football games.
So can I hit you with a fun number real quick?
Yeah.
As long as you let me hit you with a fun number.
Of course.
Okay.
You'll like this
69.
So speaking of all the wins, right?
Mr. Mustache over there is like,
it's for a Halloween costume.
Speaking of all the wins, what's the Halloween costume?
I'm going to go as Doug from Liberty Mutual.
Okay, that's great. Do you have an emu?
Yeah, I was going to get one little stuffed one, but I want to carry it around all night.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, so other day with the bye week, I had some extra time on my hands. I was like, I'm going to calculate my record as a Chiefs employee. And I only did so for games I attended.
You must have been bored.
I was, yeah. So I didn't include games where I watched from Kansas City and the team was on the road because I didn't travel until 2021. So only games that I've attended in the regular and postseason, whether they be on the road or at home, that I was at. I'm 81-26.
That many losses. No, I'm being serious. Like 26 sounds like a big number in the loss column,
but
right?
it's over several years, you know? Now, here's the more important number. Mitch Oltis has 299 wins as voice of the Chiefs. One more win, he will call his 300th victory as a Chiefs employee. Pretty cool.
That's cool. So this weekend, he gets number 300.
That's the hope, yeah.
Wow.
Number 300.
The number I'll give you is Patrick Mahomes will throw for 341 yards this weekend.
Wow, okay.
Do you know why?
Why?
If he does that, he will have 30,000 passing yards for his career. He's 29 years old.
Unreal.
We talk about Aaron Judge having 300-plus home runs.
We were talking about that earlier, right? Yeah.
341 yards this weekend for Patrick Mahomes. He'll hit 30,000 for his career at the age of 29.
Just unbelievable. And do you know what's great about Patrick?
Yeah.
Is there are players in NFL history that have all of the stats, like first guy to this and that.
Yeah.
He has those, but he also has the wins too.
Yeah.
He has all the passing yards and passing touchdowns and all that, but also 15 career playoff wins. 15-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. So when you have that
insane.
combination of stats and wins, it's like a video game. You don't see that very often. We'll never see this again.
No, not at all. And you know, to kind of take it one step further, like they were talking about all those most wins, you know, in 100 games or whatever, and he was doing it like 99 games. He hadn't even played 100 games yet and still had the most wins in 100 games to start a career or whatever.
He had 3 games of wiggle room because it was his 97th game. I think he passed Brady for the most wins or whatever through 100 career starts. And he had wiggle room where it wasn't like he has to do it today, but he might as well.
What do you expect out of Brady this weekend?
As a broadcaster?
Yeah.
What's funny is I won't be able to watch it because I'll be there. You'll have to
Yeah.
let me know. I mean, I think it's a new challenge for him, but I'm not as down on him as I think others are. I think he adds a different kind of perspective. I think there's a lot of people just don't like him because they beat their favorite team at some point.
Yeah,
so they want to root against him as a broadcaster.
Right. And he dated a supermodel, married a supermodel, great plastic surgery, looks good. You know, everybody were jealous. I mean,
I think he'll grow into the role. And I mean, I think having a player like that, his insights is pretty cool on a broadcast.
but being an owner of the Raiders as well, I think is going to hurt that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it creates problems where he can't be in production meetings and things like that.
And
Can't
can't
watch
rip
practice.
the refs. And that's a big deal in NFL broadcasts now. Like, everybody's talking about the officials, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that'll be interesting to see kind of how he navigates that. It is kind of a balancing act.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, but we'll see. I do know that no one has more respect for Brady than Patrick Mahomes, and it'll be cool for Patrick to be playing a game with Brady calling it.
That's
I know,
what we think,
I know he'll
too,
be
yeah.
thinking about
No
that.
doubt about it. Well, Matt, we thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Good luck in San Francisco this weekend, and we'll be 6-0 hopefully when you come back in town.
I appreciate you guys trying to be 6-0 for the first time since 2013. Think about that.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
This is the Roundtable brought to you by Kansas Lottery. Dream bigger. Coming up on the other side, what is something that you will never do again when it comes to booze? I know what mine is. Bob knows what his is. Mac, he just started drinking yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is he old enough?
This is 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas Lottery Play On app. Scan your tickets for more chances to win.
Winchester at Lake City Army Ammunition Plant in Independence is the largest manufacturer of small caliber ammunition for the U.S. military. They're hiring technicians starting at $26.72 an hour with a $1,000 hiring bonus. Excellent day one benefits include medical, dental, educational support, paid time off, and company retirement contributions up to 8%. Join Winchester and serve the U.S. warfighter. It's more than a job. It's a mission. Apply at winchester.com/careers.
What's up, Kansas City? It's Mitchell Schwartz. You know, there's nothing easier to enjoy than watching the Chiefs with some wings and an ice-cold Bud Light. And Buffalo Wild Wings is serving up both for every game, all season long. Join me at the Buffalo Wild Wings located at 137th and Metcalf in Overland Park on Friday, October 18th. I'll be there with the crew from 6 to 8 p.m. celebrating the back-to-back Super Bowl champs while eating some wings and drinking $5 Bud Lights. Nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. For more details, go to 965thefan.com. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these great game day specials. 8 wings and a basket of tots for $12 plus $4 domestic OP cups. The other place, the next best thing to being at the game.
Touchdown!
Touchdown, Renner. Almost Andy Reid here. You know, a few years ago, my wife surprised me with tickets to a Halloween ball. And guess what? That night I discovered a new passion. Now I've added to that passion, cheering on the greatest team with the greatest garage door company of all time. Renner offers top-notch repair services, new doors, and LiftMaster openers. It's the perfect three-peat forward and back, RENNER with Renner. You'll stay on the championship track. Visit rennerdoor.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason. What's something that you've always wanted to learn? An instrument, a new language, how not to burn pasta. Whether it's big or small, imagine how great it would feel to finally do it. As kids, we're always learning and growing, but as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity that made life feel so exciting. So it's easy to think that we are who we are and we can't change. But BetterHelp is here to tell you that it's never too late to be who you want to be. Therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder because your back-to-school era can come at any age. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with affordable phone, video, or live chat sessions you could do from anywhere, and the option to message your therapist between sessions if anything comes up. So why not rediscover possibility with BetterHelp? Visit BetterHelp.com/Boomer today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Boomer.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Back in it here on Fescoe and Dusty. Final segment, Bob. We're almost there.
We're almost there to Friday, baby. Going to go out to the BMA golf tournament. Team Paradise is teeing off right now.
See if they'll give you any free golf sleeves, like golf ball sleeves.
You need some balls?
Always.
Okay.
Yeah, bring them into the show on Monday. I'll thank you later.
All right, I'll steal some balls from people out there today. I'll be out. Jerry and Selma, I'll go through his bag and take out all his balls. He's old. He won't
Preferably
know.
Pro V1s.
I'll get you what I can get you. You're going to turn away free balls?
Yes.
All right. Are you really like a ball snob? Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You don't play with the Kirkland balls?
I do.
So you'll play with Kirkland balls?
They're not bad. They're probably like fourth choice. It's Pro V1, Pro V1X, Callaway Super Soft, and then after that, it's like I'll hit a.
You'll get nothing and like it.
I'll hit a Strixon soft feel. I don't mind that, but normally it's Pro V1, Pro V1X.
What kind of balls do you play with, Mac?
My own. Okay. Well, there's that.
I guess when you're an advanced golfer like Dusty, the ball makes a difference. When you're a hacker like me, I don't care. You just go to Golf Ball Paul's and buy a bunch.
No, I go to his mother. I'm serious. Yeah, I'm serious. She lives in Raintree. She's on Facebook Marketplace, and I just typed in golf balls, and she sells 12 for 20 or 24 for 40. So I buy 24 golf balls, all Pro V1, grade B, roll over to Raintree, she's out there, gives me a little grocery sack, says, fill it up. Have a good day. See you later.
Does that last you, one round?
Yeah, right. Nah, it lasts me about a season.
Wow, that's pretty good.
I mean, you find some throughout the season, too. Like, I don't ever buy golf balls. They're just, like, the biggest waste of money.
Yeah.
But no, we something that you brought up was like swearing off booze.
Yeah.
Because you had a bad experience with a type of booze?
Well, I saw the story yesterday about Martha Stewart, who her and Snoop Dogg are really great together.
National
right?
treasures.
They really are.
I seen that Snoop Dogg
right?
video the other day. But great, dude.
Yeah. He's wonderful.
He drew the line.
Right, so him and Martha Stewart, and I guess, Snoop Dogg's got that new booze out, the gin and juice product that he's got coming out, and I think it's out. You
gonna try it tonight?
No.
Oh, okay.
But Martha Stewart said she got too drunk on gin in college and hasn't tried it since, but she'll try Snoop Dogg's new booze because, they're homies, right? And it got me to thinking, like, what's that one booze that you would swear off? And for me, it is gin. I have not had gin since Topeka, Kansas, 1998, when I was 21 years old and we were at a wedding, and my friend at the time and I decided, you know what? Let's do shots of gin. That didn't go so well.
I wouldn't think so.
I have not had gin since then, and it has never even been appealing, never even been something I've been interested in. Like, gin, forget about it, man. Never again will I have gin. And I used to like that Seagram's gin. It was pretty good stuff, but now, oh, God.
I thought the last time you had gin was Tuesday.
No, Tuesday. Gin, not gin. Yes.
Yeah.
Gin.
Gin.
Yeah.
Gin.
Gin is making a comeback, though, or has made a comeback. People are, like, ginning it up all the time.
I will say, I know you won't because you said you sworn it off, but there's a gin called Uncle Val's gin. It's more of a florally. It's like almost like has like a citrus.
Like an elderflower type thing?
Nah, it's almost like a citrusy taste instead of that like pine tree taste.
Yeah.
I use it for like my dirty martinis. I love a dirty gin martini. And it kind of you don't have that like, whatever that is in the green bottle or Bombay Sapphire, the Blue Jewel.
Yeah. My friend's dad lived in Texas and used to make us buy a case of that and drive it down to him when we were in college. We were underage and we were like loading up the car with gin at the liquor store, and then driving to go across state lines with it. Like, we didn't even consider it to be something that we shouldn't do.
Yeah. I forgot about golf. I like the TPX tailor-made golf balls too.
Okay.
But anyways, sweet. I would say that my booze I've sworn off is probably Jägermeister.
Really? Okay.
It was huge when I was getting into college. Like, my buddy Tyler had a Jägermeister machine at his fourplex in our townhouse that we lived in that we called Old Society. Shout out to those guys. Literally a Jaeger machine, and then would have just a case of Red Bull in his fridge. So you just made Jaeger bombs all night. It was a thing.
Hate Red Bull. Oh my God.
I
drink gin before I drink Red Bull.
Yeah, I would say the way that Fireball is today was the way Jägermeister was in 2008.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, I would just say, I mean, look, I can't do it. I say I can't, but every once in a while there'll be that one dude at the bar. It's like, hey, I got shots. I'm like, I know what this is because it's in that weird little bottle or cup that has like the little cylinder for the Jaeger shot, and around it you put the Red Bull. Oh, I'd almost rather just give me the Jägermeister because I hate black licorice. I hate black jelly beans. That's what that tastes like in liquid form, and it's just disgusting.
Yeah, I'll do the Jaeger without the Red Bull. The Red Bull, I can smell Red Bull right now, and it's making me sick to my stomach.
Like it either.
Yeah. What about you? What's your drink of no choice? You're too young to have that yet, aren't you?
That's not true. I would say when I was in high school, I don't really have a drink like you guys, but I'd say when I was in high school at a high school party, like one of the older brothers brought back beer, and it was Guinness. And I tried it, and I threw up, and I've never had Guinness since.
Really? Guinness?
Yeah,
That's
never had it
mother's
since.
milk, my man.
But I know, because now I actually have I was 16. I was first.
Right.
Like, come on, I'm not ready for Guinness.
Right. But it's lighter than normal beers. Like, it's actually lighter.
Oh, for sure. And I know that, but at the time I was like, what? This isn't Bud Light? This isn't Keystone?
Right.
So I would like to try that again, but I don't really have one like that.
Well, you can go to the liquor store and get you some Hy-Vee liquors, man. Go buy yourself some liquor on the Missouri side of the state line at Hy-Vee.
Got my $10 steak yesterday.
There you go. Nicely done out of you.
Added mushrooms for $1. It's fantastic.
There you go. Mushrooms for $1 more. You can't beat that, right? Every Thursday at Hy-Vee, the $10 steak. I'll be out there on next Thursday at the 119th Street out in Olathe for $10 steak day.
Somebody says they had mine as McCormick Scotch.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
I don't know if I just wouldn't drink again.
Oh, McCormick makes a Scotch?
Somebody says from the 816 Ruppelmans. I enjoy
I like Ruppelmans.
Yeah, what about Goldschlager? You like
That's
Goldschlager?
kind of in that same category.
I don't think I've had that.
The little gold flakes cut your throat and get you drunk faster.
No,
That's the urban legend.
Yeah, I know. That was the
like Pop Rocks and soda. You can't drink them or your throat will explode.
Right, yeah.
You guys do anything crazy for the tailgate menu this weekend on a 320 325 game?
Probably not a lot crazy. No. The 325 game's always like for me, like when do you fire up the flat top? You know?
When does it happen?
Yeah, when do you do that? Especially with that 8:30 game too, kind of gets in the way of everything. Like when do you start cooking and doing all that stuff? Probably around 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Halftime of the noon games.
Halftime of the noon games, you kind of get going. Yeah. No, I don't know what I've decided to do. Yet for the game this weekend. I don't know. Depending on what the weather's going to be like. I like cooking on that flat top on Sundays. Kind of get the wheat taken care of. Throw some chicken breast down, pork chops, all that kind of good stuff. Get it going.
Somebody says, "Rest in peace, 1997 Southern Comfort." Southern Comfort is,
God, yes.
I'm having heartburn thinking of Southern Comfort. God, dude. Hot Damn. You remember Hot Damn?
Oh God, yes.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. We had this guy Nolan. We used to make him drink Hot Damn in college.
I hate you all.
But see, you bring that up and nobody ever remembers Hot Damn. Finally somebody remembers Hot Damn.
Fireball nowadays.
Yeah, now it's Fireball, but Hot Damn back in the day.
That was Fireball before Fireball?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like a cinnamon schnapps, basically.
Oh, it was terrible.
Oh, it was liquid fire. I mean, we should know that Fireball's not good for you when the label is a red devil.
Yeah, and it's like banned in all countries except the United States, right?
God.
But did you go to a Chiefs game if you didn't do a shot of Fireball?
That's exactly right.
And if you're on a golf course, you're definitely doing Fireball. So
yeah, God, yes, BMA golf tournament. I'll tell you, the Fireball will be out there today.
I guarantee you, they sell buckets.
Shout
of
out,
it.
Aaron! You get the Fireball.
That's right. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens. Once again, final day of the week to remind you to go do nice things for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, week, month, or year. It is simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe, stay fine, stay lovely. Alex and Cody coming up next for a show they call Cody and Gold on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.